Chapter 107. As for Yin Di, he would still remain in the East Heaven region. When there was a need, he would directly enter the fire domain to support Shirtai and the others. You still need to be cautious about the pill formula you speak of. Before leaving, Yin Di instructed, decipher the ancient characters as soon as possible and carefully verify the medicinal principles of the pill formula. This is extremely important to our clan. Huang Guanglia is in seclusion, and no one knows when he will emerge. If by the time he emerges, there is still no one in our clan who has stepped into the martial saint realm, then the pressure will be even greater than before the war of the Eastern Tang. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaogan nodded lightly. Time waits for no man. This is precisely the reason why I suggested you take the risk this time, especially when the third extreme Yin bout is about to begin. If the extreme Yin crown falls into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, not even waiting for Huang Guanglia to emerge from seclusion, the balance of power between us and the enemy would be reversed. Yin Di asked, Jade Sea City's Maiden of Extreme Yin, having received the assistance of the Extreme Yin crown this past year, her cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. In the contest between the Maidens of Extreme Yin, due to the Extreme Yin crown, it is destined that the strong will grow stronger. If nothing unexpected happens, the previous victor will have a greater advantage than the others. You think so highly of the Sacred Sun clan's Mengwan. Yin Zhaoga answered slowly. I have heard Feng Yunxing's detailed description of Mengwan. Whether it is her innate talent as a martial practitioner or her innate extreme Yin power as a maiden of extreme Yin, she is extremely outstanding. Meanwhile, the Sacred Sun clan's preparations for the extreme Yin bout were the most abundant amongst all the sacred grounds. Therefore, in the first extreme Yin bout back then, they were able to send out Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan at once, with Meng Wan obtaining first place in a single go. Yin Zhaoga curled his lips as he said this. In agreeing to the extreme Yin bout so generously that year, they clearly had a card up their sleeves. While it seemed like a fair competition, they were actually using various methods to stuff the things into their own pockets, laughing inwardly at the foolishness of others. In the second extreme Yin bout, Meng Wan's injury was purely an accident. Otherwise, with so many advantages stacked together, the extreme Yin crown would most likely still be theirs. Yin Di said, that is also a fair competition. Being able to prepare more than others, that is also their capability. Unlike our sect, if not for your discovery this time, we wouldn't even be able to find the Maiden of Extreme Yin. Earlier, you swore that you could help Feng Yunsheng recover her lunar physique. You have to keep that in mind. This is also an important matter. Yin Zhaoga immediately nodded. You can rest easy. I know what I'm doing. Pausing for a moment, Yin Zhaoga said, if this time's extreme Yin bout is really so unsafe, we should start making preparations early. His gaze turned towards the north. Turbid Wave Pavilion mostly stays out of matters, while Infinite Boundless Mountain is rather active, having the tendency to sit on the fence, just like this time. The mountain domain shares a border with our heaven domain, and conflict between the two sides are unavoidable. However, the mountain domain also shares a border with the thunder domain, and there are also many conflicts between the two. In the wind domain, Infinite Boundless Mountain also has some friction with the Sacred Sun clan. Unlike the tense relationship between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, the relationship between the mountain domain's sacred ground, Infinite Boundless Mountain, and Broad Creed Mountain was more of a competitive one. While they couldn't be considered harmonious, they also couldn't be considered enemies. The two giants that were relatively close to each other were fighting for their own development space, so it was inevitable that there would be some conflict. However, there were also times when they worked together, especially when the Sacred Sun clan had become more and more domineering in recent years. However, the Sacred Sun clan also generally pursued the strategy of befriending those far away and attacking those close to them. Therefore, most of the time, they would try to draw Infinite Boundless Mountain to their side in a conciliatory manner. It was just that the Sacred Sun clan's traditional ally, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, was not on good terms with Infinite Boundless Mountain, and the Sacred Sun clan also had to pay attention to how far they should go. Within Infinite Boundless Mountain, there was similarly a dispute over this. There are those who are hostile to our clan, and similarly, there are also those who are close to our clan. That is why there is a dispute. Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. If we increase the bargaining chips for those who are close to our clan within Infinite Boundless Mountain, giving them more authority to speak, Infinite Boundless Mountain's overall decisions will be more and more biased towards us and not towards the Sacred Sun clan. Yin Di said mildly. That means that we will have to pay some price, making concessions on some matters. Yin Zhaoga chuckled. Not necessarily. Perhaps we can borrow the chicken to lay the eggs. Oh. Yindi's gaze looked over. Pointing towards the north, Yin Zhaoga smiled as he spat out 3 words. Cloud Portent Mountain. Yindi's gaze flickered slightly. What ideas do you have? Yin Zhaoga answered. While Junior Apprentice Sister Phone was sent back to the clan, while I remained in the Eastern Tang, other than analyzing the pill formula and the internal crystal furnace, I was also analyzing the problem of the recovery of her extreme physique, doing my best to ensure that nothing goes wrong. In the process of my research, I discovered that if I could find a treasured land of solitary yin and solitary yang, it would be of utmost importance. Such a place does not exist in our heaven domain. Therefore, I set my sights on other places. Hearing this, Yindi nodded. That's right. The mountain domain's Cloud Portent Mountain is precisely such a place. Yin Zhaoga smiled. Therefore, I gathered some information on Cloud Portent Mountain. After analyzing it carefully, I discovered that there seemed to be some profundities there. I will return to the mountain and think about it carefully. When you, Grandmaster, and the others have returned to the clan, we could discuss it in detail. Yindi also didn't ask any further, nodding. Quickly return to the mountain to make your preparations. Yes, Yin Zhaoga bowed, and after handing over the matters of the Eastern Tang, he immediately returned to Broad Creed Mountain. Having returned to Broad Creed Mountain after more than half a year, Yin Zhaoga momentarily felt like he had returned home. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Yin. Senior Apprentice Brother Yin has returned to the mountain? Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Yin. Seeing Yin Zhaoga at this moment, the gazes of the clan's younger disciples were filled with even greater respect. Their gazes were already completely not that of someone of the same generation as them, but more like they were looking at someone who was on a completely different level from them. The inside story of the Battle of the Eastern Tang was not known to these young disciples. However, they all knew that this senior apprentice brother before them had, in more than half a year's time, leapt from the late inner aura stage to the late outer aura stage. The benchmark figure of the Sacred Sun clan's younger generation, Chao Yuan Long, had suffered 2 crushing defeats at Yin Zhaoga's hands, and Xiao Shun had even been directly slain by him. Other than his achievements in the martial Dao, Yin Zhaoga had also caused the internal crystal furnace to reappear in this world, helping Broad Creed Mountain's overall strength to soar by leaps and bounds. Just these known achievements alone were enough for Yin Zhaoga to no longer be the same in the eyes of these junior apprentice brothers and sisters. Yin Zhaoga was all smiles as he greeted them, first heading to the clan's assignment hall. According to the rules, he had previously gone to the Eastern Tang with a mission. Returning to the mountain this time, he first had to hand over the mission. At the same time, according to etiquette, there was someone whom he had to meet first. Yin Zhaoga entered the assignment hall. After handing over the mission, he was led by an assignment elder to the back hall. Within the hall sat a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance. He was currently browsing through some scrolls, rapidly commenting on them. Raising his head, he gazed over, smiling warmly. Zhaoga, you've returned. Yin Zhaoga calmly greeted him, second apprentice uncle. This gentle, elegant middle-aged man with a long beard before him was Yin Zhaoga's second apprentice uncle. Chapter 108. As a key participant in the War of the Eastern Tang, having returned to the mountain, Yin Zhaoga naturally had to meet Feng Zhuan. Feng Zhuan said slowly, it was still rather risky this time. Although eldest apprentice brother went to the Eastern Tang ahead of the other party's expectations, a battle of this level could still affect you. Yin Zhaoga smiled as he answered, what second apprentice uncle says is true. Thinking about it now, I also feel some lingering fear. Still, it was still worth it. It's just a pity that the great sun heaven-measuring ruler was not left behind. Feng Zhuan waved his hands. That was completely according to the optimal situation that we had envisioned. The current results are already extremely good. We must act decisively, but we must not underestimate the opponent's reaction speed. Although Huang Su isn't Huang Guanglia, he isn't easy to deal with either. His tone was gentle as he spoke to Yin Zhaoge. While he was speaking to him as a senior, he did not give off the feeling of looking down on him. Just from the atmosphere of their conversation, Yin Zhaoge's conversation with him seemed even more relaxed than his conversation with Shirtai. Second apprentice uncle is right, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Feng Zhuan said, I already know about Yin Su's problem. I also feel very regretful about what happened to your Yin clan that year. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Second apprentice uncle's words are too serious. Having personally slain Yin Su for me, I can also be considered to have avenged him. After my father knew about it, he had already let go of the matter. Feng Zhuan said, the relic of the glacial dragon martial saint and that ring of my disciple Yi Jing will be decided after Master and the others have returned to the mountain. Zhaoge, go and rest well first. Yin Zhaoge bowed. I will take my leave. Please wait, second apprentice uncle. Exiting the assignment hall, Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. When people mentioned the three heroes of Broad Creed Mountain, they would usually first think of Yin Di, who possessed the greatest martial talent and strength. But actually, before Yin Di had risen to prominence of their generation, the most famous figure of Broad Creed Mountain's new generation had been precisely the quiet and peaceful Feng Zhuan, who was currently sitting in the assignment hall appraising scrolls. The name of the hidden dragon had already explained everything. Meanwhile, the person of the Sacred Sun clan who had been Feng Zhuan's opponent in the past was their current chief, Huang Su. Even now, with Huang Su succeeding Huang Guanglia as the new chief of the Sacred Sun clan, there were few who felt that Huang Su was inferior to him in terms of personal ability. Walking on the small mountain path, Yin Zhaoge's thoughts drifted as he thought of many things. By the way, how is junior sister Feng doing now? Yin Zhaoge asked as Ahu by the side gave a simple and honest laugh. Young master, after you entered the assignment hall just now, I already sent people to inquire about it. Miss Feng has already started cultivating. In the past half a year, she has been nursing her injuries and cultivating her martial arts foundation. After all, she is now a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. For the sake of having a smoother path on her martial path in the future, it would not be good for her to continue cultivating in the martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan. Spending some more time to reconstruct her foundation now is also normal. The old sect master took care of her personally and used a sea exchange stone from the sect's collection to help her rebuild her Dantian Sea of Qi. Ahu scratched his big head and said, I heard that her injuries have gradually healed and the reconstruction of her foundation has been completed. The sect has arranged for her to stay in a cave residence in the back of the mountain. As for other matters, we'll discuss them after you return, young master. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Let's go take a look. If her condition already fulfills the conditions, the matter of helping her regain her extreme Yin physique as soon as possible should be put on the agenda. As they walked, Yin Zhaoge sighed. Time waits for no man. Her opponents will not stand still and wait for her. She has already wasted more than 2 years' time. Arriving at the back of the mountain, nearing Feng Yunqing's residence, Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. A middle-aged woman walked out from the side of the road. It was one of Broad Creed Mountain's acting elders. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, she nodded and did not say anything else, her figure disappearing once more. Yin Zhaoge similarly nodded in acknowledgement before continuing on his way. Within the forest, the sound of a waterfall resounded. Passing through the forest, Yin Zhaoge saw a massive waterfall appear before his eyes. The rumbling water fell from the sky, crashing against the deep pool below, causing huge splashes of water to form. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that below that waterfall, a figure stood ramrod straight, allowing the violent waterfall to strike unceasingly. White clothes like snow, black hair like a waterfall. A jet-black saber was grasped in a jade-white hand, which was waved over and over again. Every time the saber was waved, that massive waterfall would be slashed apart for an instant. The next moment, the water flow resumed, and the waterfall descended once more. Then, the saber waved once more, and the waterfall was slashed apart once more. Just like that, the cycle repeated itself. Yin Zhaoga stood there, not moving, quietly observing. Ahu also accompanied him by the side. That figure was extremely determined. Yin Zhaoga and Ahu were similarly extremely patient. Time passed, from midday all the way to sunset, without a break in the slightest. While it is still in its embryonic form, within that saber, it vaguely possesses the strengths of both the Sacred Sun clan and the Broad Creed Mountain clan. Seeing the other party's cultivation, Yin Zhaoga did not just look at her determination and perseverance. I did not judge wrongly earlier. Her comprehension ability can only be stronger than Xiao Shun's, and her diligence in cultivation is also top-notch. Ahu's expression was somewhat solemn. While I have only seen her cultivate, young master, I feel that she is very strong in actual combat. At the same cultivation level, she might even be more outstanding than Xiao Shun and Qiao Yuanlong. Yin Zhaoga shrugged his shoulders. That's right, I have seen her in actual combat. Looking at her usual cultivation, it is actually very easy to underestimate her. Even if we don't consider the problem of her being a maiden of extreme Yin, she is still an outstanding genius in the martial Dao. If she had not castrated Xiao Shun, even if she crippled one of his legs, the Sacred Sun clan would probably still have people who would protect her. Seeing Feng Yunsheng finally stop, leaping out from beneath the waterfall, Yin Zhaoga prepared to stride out. From the looks of it, she indeed seems to have finished her preparations. Just as he was about to raise his leg, Yin Zhaoga's movements paused slightly. He saw Feng Yunsheng rather carefully observing her surroundings, as if confirming that there was no one around. Not discovering anyone else, a relaxed smile appeared on her face as she walked towards a dense forest by the side of the waterfall. Yin Zhaoga frowned. Oh, could it be that there's something shameful going on? If there really was, our clan's elder keeping watch over this place shouldn't have been unable to detect it. Feeling curious, Yin Zhaoga followed after her, Ahu also hurriedly following. Entering the forest, he saw Feng Yunsheng currently squatting on the ground without a care for her image. That little black dog, called Little Meaty, that she was raising, was sitting by her side, wagging its tail. A small fire had been lit up by Feng Yunsheng. On top of the fire was a rack, on which was a skewer of something being roasted. At this moment, Feng Yunsheng was completely different from her usual heroic, spirited appearance. She looked like a cat that had stolen a fish, moving closer to the rack, her nose lightly sniffing as an expression of enjoyment appeared on her face. She sighed in admiration. The world only knows that this tiger claw fish is highly poisonous, but they don't know that it is a supreme delicacy. Hearing this from afar, Yin Zhaoga and Ahu couldn't help but exchange looks. The tiger claw fish was not only highly poisonous to ordinary people, it could even poison martial scholars. Chapter 109. Sniffing the aroma, Yin Zhaoga smacked his lips. Tisk, it smells not bad. It might really be delicious. Your eyesight is not bad. It feels like you really know how to eat. He was actually also very fond of tasting various delicacies. It was just that after having come to this world, on one hand, he had been too busy with various official matters. On the other hand, he had lived a life of luxury, food coming his way. On the contrary, he was no longer like how he had been back when he had been an old Thai, searching for delicacies all over the place. Seeing Feng Yunsheng's appearance now, Yin Zhaoga resonated with her. Sniffing that aroma again, he instantly felt like his gluttonous bug had also been hooked. Yin Zhaoga coughed, walking out honestly and impolitely. Feng Yunsheng was suddenly shocked, leaping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Seeing that it was Yin Zhaoga, the wariness in her eyes dissipated. However, the next moment, her gaze was filled with awkwardness as she unconsciously took a step to the side, blocking the fire and the grill behind her. She, who had always been a smooth talker, actually stuttered a little at this moment. Senior apprentice brother Yin, when did you return to the mountain, ah? Yin Zhaoga said nonchalantly, just today. I heard that your injuries have basically healed, the reconstruction of your foundation also completed. Therefore, I came to discuss matters regarding your future cultivation with you. Walking before Feng Yunsheng, Yin Zhaoge made use of his height to look behind her. Then, I discovered some impressive things. Feng Yunsheng calmed down now, coughing dryly. Senior apprentice brother Yin, you also know that us martial practitioners have greater requirements for food and drink, needing to unceasingly replenish our expended energy. Right, as for me, I rather like cooking my own food. This can also be considered a hobby, just like how some others like the four arts, just that mine is a little more unique. Her words became fluent, but no matter how one listened, she still felt a little guilty and embarrassed. Smiling, Yin Zhaoge sat down by the grill. Those who see have share, those who see have a share. Feng Yunsheng was taken aback for a moment, before no longer feeling uneasy, smiling. Delicacies are originally only fun when shared. Senior apprentice brother Yin wanting to taste my cooking, that naturally couldn't be any better. She paused for a moment before adding, relax, while the tiger claw fish is poisonous, I've already processed it, so there's no need to be afraid of being poisoned after eating it. After the skewered tiger claw fish had been cooked, Feng Yunsheng immediately plucked them one by one, handing them to Yin Zhaoge and Ahu. Little Meaty wagged her tail and moved closer, looking extremely flattering. I won't forget about you. Feng Yunsheng smiled and gave it one too. Ahu was still in a daze. Feng Yunsheng smiled and said, try it. My taste is very picky. There aren't many delicacies that I can't forget. Yin Zhaoge suddenly felt like he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. This plot was a little off. Weren't the male protagonists usually the ones who picked up girls in the other world with grilled fish and chicken? A barbecue, a beauty's undying love, and so on. When it comes to me, why does it seem to be reversed? As expected, there was a problem with the script. But, to be honest, the taste was really not bad. It was quite delicious. Eating is one thing, but don't forget about the important matter. Yin Zhaoge swallowed the thing in his mouth. Looking at Feng Yunsheng, do you still remember what I said to you half a year ago when we parted in the Eastern Tang? Your days of hardship are coming. Hearing his words, Feng Yunsheng's gaze abruptly lit up, even to the point of being a little piercing. I have always been waiting for this day. Yin Zhaoge said, you've wasted more than 2 years, and now have to start all over again. Let alone Meng Wan. Even if it were the other maidens of extreme Yin, it would also not be an easy thing for you to catch up to them. Therefore, I can only give you strong medicine. Yin Zhaoge said mildly. This matter concerns the clan's overall situation and is no longer your personal matter. If you can't bear it, I'm afraid that I will also force you to bear it. Feng Yunsheng smiled slightly. If I can easily catch up to the pioneers without putting in more effort, where would the similarly talented little Wan and the others be? She met Yin Zhaoge's gaze without wavering in the slightest, saying solemnly, however tough it is, I can also bear it. Either I succeed, or I train myself to death in the mountains. I also wouldn't have to go to the extreme Yin bout to lose face. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands. Relax, no need to be too nervous. I'm not asking you to succeed on your first try. On the contrary, clashing with the other maidens of extreme Yin is a necessary tempering in the first place. What's important is that you climb step by step, unceasingly rising until you finally reach the peak. Feng Yunsheng nodded, I understand. In the following days, Yin Zhaoge began guiding Feng Yunsheng in her most preliminary preparations. And as time passed, the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan also gradually calmed down. One day, the heavens and the earth shook as the clear Qi rogue returned to the mountain. The old clan chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain successively returned to the mountain. The Yin Zhaoge, who had been staying in the mountain these past few days, was also summoned by his grandmaster, Yuan Zhengfeng. Yuan Zhengfeng looked a little thin, withered old man, but as he sat there, he was like the focal point of the great hall, hard to ignore. On his left were an old man and an old woman. Yin Zhaoge recognized these two to be the clan's grand elders, longtime elders of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng. And on Yuan Zhengfeng's right sat Shirtai, Feng Zhuan, and his father, Yin Di. Seeing Fang Zhuan and Yin Di sitting side by side, Yin Zhaoga's gaze flickered slightly. His second apprentice uncle was hailed as a hidden dragon. However, it was precisely because of his father's sudden appearance that the hidden dragon was still a hidden dragon, lacking that final step of the hidden dragon ascending to the heavens, still a dragon within the abyss. However, in this world where martial practitioners reign supreme, while a person's strength and potential were important criteria for determining the leader of a power, there were still many other factors that had to be considered in the long term. In the eyes of most people, not considering his accomplishments in the martial Tao, as compared to Yin Di, Fang Zhuan seemed more suitable to become the next clan chief in other areas. A few years ago, when Fang Zhuan's external policies had not been as tough as they were now, he had even received the unanimous support of the moderate faction led by the longtime elders of the clan. The other sacred grounds other than Broad Creed Mountain were similarly paying close attention to the selection of the next clan chief. Not just the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who were on bad terms with each other. Even Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain were extremely concerned. Even though Fang Zhuan had also begun to become tough these past few years, as compared to Yin Di, who had shown off his abilities, he was still much gentler. Before Yin Di's rise, Fang Zhuan had also always been looked upon favorably within Broad Creed Mountain as Yuan Zhengfeng's successor. However, Yin Di's current momentum of coming from behind was becoming more and more obvious. Countless thoughts flashed through Yin Zhaoga's mind as he retracted his thoughts, greeting everyone present. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled. This time we've all been running errands for Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga also had a sufficient understanding of his grandmaster. Usually, the old man was actually very humorous in front of the younger generation. His words now were not criticism or sarcasm, instead being a joke as he looked at the younger generation of his family, who had a promising future. Yin Zhaoga laughed shamelessly. These words of yours really kill me. I've been on tenterhooks these past few days, afraid that I might be sent to the disciplinary hall. Chapter 110. When a sect needs me, I should work hard to contribute to the sect. Shi Tai, who was sitting below Yuan Zhengfeng, said, "It's good that you have such intentions, but the sect is very clear about rewards and punishments. We will not mistreat every disciple who has contributed." Yin Zhaoga bowed. "Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, eldest apprentice uncle." Yuan Zhengfeng said, "We can talk about the specific reward later. Now, let's talk about something more important." The old man's gaze focused slightly as he looked at Yin Zhaoga. This old man heard Yin Di mention that you, Zhaoga, have set your sights on Infinite Boundless Mountain's Cloud Portent Mountain. Cloud Portent Mountain was located in the east of the mountain domain, rather far from Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, it had always been highly regarded by Infinite Boundless Mountain. Cloud Portent Mountain produced a precious mineral called giant spirit magnetite. In the entire 8 extremities world, only Infinite Boundless Mountain and Cloud Portent Mountain produced this item. Infinite Boundless Mountain's core inner chi cultivation technique was known as the Giant Spirit Profound Art, and was renowned alongside Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Chi Profound Art and the Sacred Sun Clan's Great Sun True Chi. The connection between the Giant Spirit Profound Art and the Giant Spirit Magnetite was not a simple coincidence. The gargantuan Profound Art's might was enormous, and its strength was ferocious and vigorous to the extreme, but the difficulty of cultivating it was also extremely high. In the past, the founder of Infinite Boundless Mountain had inadvertently discovered Giant Spirit Magnetite in Infinite Boundless Mountain, which was beneficial to his cultivation of the Giant Spirit Profound Art. Thus, he had occupied this mountain, later establishing his own sect there, establishing the earliest foundation of Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, as time passed, Infinite Boundless Mountain's Giant Spirit Magnetite reserves gradually dried up. Fortunately, there was also Cloud Portent Mountain in a mountain domain that produced this treasure. Now, however, Infinite Boundless Mountain's supply of Giant Spirit Magnetite had already been completely cut off, while Cloud Portent Mountain's reserves were also growing lesser and lesser, looking like they were about to be completely eaten up. Without the Giant Spirit Profound Stone, A martial artist could still cultivate the giant spirit profound art, but the difficulty of cultivation would be much greater, and the cultivation speed would also be slower. This matter became one of Infinite Boundless Mountain's greatest worries. All these years, while searching for new giant spirit magnetite veins, Infinite Boundless Mountain had also gathered their experts to improve the giant spirit profound art. He had gained nothing from the former, and although he had made some progress in the latter, it was limited. Therefore, hearing that Yin Zhaoge had set his sights on Cloud Portent Mountain, Yuan Zhengfeng and the others immediately became interested. Yin Zhaoge's expression turned serious. I still can't say for sure. I'll have to go to Cloud Portent Mountain to take a look first before I can come to a conclusion. However, that place is indeed an opportunity. Pausing for a moment, Yin Zhaoge looked first at Yuan Zhengfeng, then at the others, not able to squeeze the Sacred Sun clan out of this extreme bout. Regarding Yin Zhaoge's question, Yuan Zhengfeng and the others did not think much of it, as some praise even appeared within their gazes. Fang Jian said, I originally wanted to join hands with the other sacred grounds, keeping the Sacred Sun clan's Maiden of Extreme out of this bout. However, neither Turbid Wave Pavilion nor Infinite Boundless Mountain have expressed their stance, so we can only drop the matter. The Sacred Sun clan's Maiden of Extreme will still be participating in the upcoming Extreme bout. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. With an Infinite Boundless Mountain, there had actually always been a great divergence of opinion. The sacred ground of the mountain domain seemed to be waiting for a good price, enjoying the benefits of both the Heavenly Water Alliance of Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, as well as the Thunderfire Alliance of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. However, they themselves had never given up on developing and expanding, leading the way. To expand and develop, there had to be a focus and a direction. In terms of the geographical position of the mountain domain, north and west were all desolate. Therefore, they could either head east and clash with the Heavenly Thunder Hall, or head south and clash with Broad Creed Mountain. To them, an overly powerful Sacred Sun clan or an overly powerful Broad Creed Mountain were both things that they would not be happy to see. As for whether they should be friendly with Broad Creed Mountain or the Sacred Sun clan, Infinite Boundless Mountain had always been debating internally. Yin Zhaoge said solemnly, this disciple has researched ancient texts and found that whether it is the giant spirit profound art or the giant spirit magnetite, they are both things that existed before the great calamity. In a while, this disciple will head to the mountain domain's Cloud Portent Mountain to investigate. Perhaps there will be some gains. In the third Extreme bout, if the Extreme crown fell into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, to Broad Creed Mountain, being able to pull Infinite Boundless Mountain over to their side would be extremely important. As for whether they would raise a tiger to drive a wolf away, causing Infinite Boundless Mountain to grow to become a threat, Yin Zhaoge wasn't too worried, as he already had a plan in mind. To Yuan Zhengfeng's left, an old woman said slowly, after all, you killed Pan Buotai's grandson and also played an important role in the War of the Eastern Tang this time. The Sacred Sun clan will very likely have their eyes on you. While the Sacred Sun clan suffered a huge loss this time, it is not hard for them to assassinate a martial scholar. It would still be fine in the Heaven Domain, but if you go to the Mountain Domain, it might not be safe. As for the matter of Cloud Portent Mountain's giant spirit magnetite, can't someone else go in your place? Yin Zhaoge smiled, saying, many thanks for Senior Apprentice Grandaunt concern, but this will have to depend on the various seniors here. If the Sacred Sun clan is stupid enough to fall into a trap twice in a row, we'll just leave the people who have come this time completely behind? That old woman raised her brows. Set up another ambush? At such a young age, do you really think that you have an immortal body? Fang Zhuan said, at the very least, before they obtain the Extreme crown, the Sacred Sun clan will not act rashly. They will indeed have to worry about our clan setting up another ambush for them. Even if the Sacred Sun clan obtains the Extreme crown, with Infinite Boundless Mountain's intentions unclear, they will also not act rashly in the mountain domain. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to pushing Infinite Boundless Mountain towards us. What is truly a threat is if Huang Guanglia improves a step further after emerging from seclusion this time. That will be when the Sacred Sun clan's true counterattack. Fang Zhuan's voice was slightly heavy. At that time, I'm afraid that it will be an even more intense battle, perhaps even an all-out war. Therefore, it is even more necessary now to prepare for a rainy day, to increase our clan's chances of victory. Yuan Zhengfeng said, beating the Sacred Sun clan painfully this time is to make our subsequent actions more convenient, not to instead be even more overcautious and indecisive. Zhaoge, if you want to go to the mountain domain, that's fine. However, for safety reasons, you cannot go alone. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Grandmaster, I understand. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled. All right, let's talk about some things that Zhaoge would like to hear. He looked at Shirtai, who nodded. In the middle and late stages of the War of the Eastern Tang, Zhaoge, you first saw through the Sacred Sun clan's plans, even being willing to take a huge risk, drawing the enemy into a trap. Shirtai swiveled his head to look at Yin Di. This time, when we attacked the fire domain, a portion of the spoils of war was yours. You can go ask junior apprentice brother Yin for it later. Yin Di laughed. We haven't even reached the fire domain yet, and this kid is already thinking about it. Yuan Zhengfeng and the others all laughed, while Yin Zhaoge chuckled, not speaking. Shirtai continued, and before this, you successively saved the life of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, as well as helping him wrest back control over Jingyang City's formation, ensuring that the Eastern Tang did not fall. Thus, you are worthy of the clan's reward. Afterwards, you even trapped the ghost hatchet Elder Han Sheng, making an important contribution in dealing with the decimating Abyss organization. These 3 merit points, the clan's original intention was actually to simply reward you with a spirit artifact. Shirtai looked at Yin Zhaoge. However, you currently already have at least 2 spirit artifacts, and Yin Su's assets are also up to you to handle. You do not lack spirit artifacts, instead having an excess of them. Martial scholars were unable to unleash the full power of spirit artifacts. Just controlling one was already very impressive, and even if they had more, they would only be used as backup, as it would be very difficult to control them all at once. It was like how back in the Spirit Wind Canyon, Yin Zhaoge had only used the Radiant Sun Wheel, with the Jade Dragon Sword actually acting as the core of the formation. Shirtai said, therefore, the clan has decided to reward you with a Qilin Spring Baptism. Chapter 111. However, there weren't many whose external conditions could be satisfied, and Broad Creed Mountain's own Qilin Spring Baptism, in Yin Zhaoge's eyes, also had its merits. Broad Creed Mountain possessed the heavenly clear spirit spring, and martial practitioners who bathed within it would receive great benefits. This baptism was known as the Heavenly Spring Baptism. As Yin Zhaoge saw it, the Heavenly Spring Baptism could only be considered above average. But if he added in the Qilin Stone and turned it into a Qilin Spring Baptism, then it would be a very high-quality baptism ceremony. It was just that the number of Qilin Stones was extremely limited. One used meant one less. Up until now, Broad Creed Mountain only had 3 Qilin Stones left. Each one was used with the utmost caution. From what Yin Zhaoge knew, after the investigation of Feng Yunsheng had concluded, if she could really regain her extreme Yin physique, the clan had already decided to prepare a Qilin Spring Baptism for her. Therefore, Broad Creed Mountain actually only had 2 Qilin Stones left. In other words, they only had 2 chances at the Qilin Spring Baptism. For him to be able to obtain the reward of the Qilin Spring Baptism, on one hand, was due to his merits in the Eastern Tang this time. On the other hand, it was because he had consecutively defeated Chao Yuanlong and Xiao Shan, displaying a greater potential and strength than before. The latter was probably the main reason. I will guard against arrogance and rashness, working even harder in my cultivation, Yin Zhaoge smiled as he answered. Shirtai nodded. In a while, follow me to receive the Qilin Stone. Your Qilin Spring Baptism will be presided over by junior apprentice brother Yin. As Yin Zhaoge left with Shirtai, below Yuan Zhengfeng, that old man who had not spoken all along now said slowly, able to perform meritorious deeds, but also able to cause trouble. Too impetuous. Yuan Zhengfeng waved his hand. Unlike other youngsters, Zhaoga has his own ways to deal with the troubles he's caused. He doesn't need others to clean up after him. Even if we cause too much trouble like the Eastern Tang this time, we can still take advantage of the situation, turning disaster into a blessing. That is already very good. The old woman shook her head. It's impossible to be lucky every time. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled. You're lucky every time. That means you're not just relying on luck. Young people should always be more aggressive. Otherwise, at our age, wouldn't they be even more conservative than us? That would really be like stretching out your neck and gasping for air, waiting for your death. The two grand elders fell silent, while Feng Zhuan smiled. Yin Di stood up, calmly bowing towards Yuan Zhengfeng. Master, two senior apprentice uncles, I will go prepare for the Qilin spring baptism. When Yin Zhaoga next saw his father, he was already by the side of the heavenly clear spirit spring. From the outside, the heavenly clear spirit spring was like a white jade mirror stone. There were no ripples on the surface, and the spring water was white, warm, and clear. The spiritual qi within was contained, but not leaked out, not appearing outwardly. However, just being by the side of the spirit spring, Yin Zhaoga felt relaxed and carefree. The Qilin stone was a fiery red spirit stone. It was translucent, and there was a faint light flickering within it. It looked like a mythological beast, a Qilin, but it also looked like a raging flame. Yin Zhaoga handed the Qilin stone to Yin Di. With a flick of his finger, that spirit stone flew into the air of the spring water, not descending downwards by Yin Di's fist intent. Yin Di gazed at the heavenly clear spirit spring, which did not even have a single ripple on it. The originally solid surface of the spring water suddenly rippled, as if it was boiling. Extreme silence suddenly turned into extreme movement at this moment. Streams of water shot into the skies, congregating with the Qilin stone as their center, forming the shape of an umbrella. Yin Zhaoga immediately strode forward, his figure rising into the air as he came above the heavenly clear spirit spring. He sat down in the meditative position before his entire person slowly sunk into the spring water below. Gazing upwards, he saw that as his body descended, the Qilin stone that was surrounded by the streams of water above him also sunk downwards. When Yin Zhaoga's entire body had sunk into the water, the umbrella-like streams of water above him, along with the Qilin stone at the top of the umbrella, also sunk into the water. Looking over, Yin Zhaoga saw the Qilin stone rapidly disintegrate within the spring water, transforming into numerous red streams of light, merging with the pure white spring water as they revolved around him. Being within the heavenly clear spirit spring, the feeling it gave off was completely unlike that of being soaked in water. It was exactly the same feeling as when he was in the air of the outside world. However, his entire person seemed to have been frozen solid, unable to move at all, as if he was a small bug trapped in amber. Those red streams of light, rippling within the pure white spring water, actually gradually took form. The head of a dragon, the body of a deer, the tail of an ox, the hooves of a horse. Majestic, radiant, dignified. It was shockingly Qilin. This red Qilin silhouette enveloped Yin Zhaoga's entire body, surrounding him within. As time passed, this Qilin silhouette gradually shrunk, seemingly merging within Yin Zhaoga's body. And within the pure white spring water, a large amount of spiritual energy was also drawn over, merging within Yin Zhaoga's body. Yin Zhaoga quietly closed his eyes, silently circulating his profound art, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy as he paid close attention to the changes in his body. My Qi Si has expanded further, the amount of aura Qi that it can hold has increased. My tendons have strengthened further, able to withstand even more violent eruptions of power. My bone marrow and bloodline are also strengthening. Their ability to produce blood, their ability to regenerate, have all increased. Even my thoughts have become more nimble. It is not just a temporary effect, instead having long-term potential benefits for my future cultivation. The corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. feeling rather satisfied with the results. When the entire baptism ceremony had ended, Yin Zhaoge emerged from the heavenly clear spirit spring, standing silently by its side, not moving in the slightest. Yin Di did not rush him as he gathered by the side and waited. Yin Zhaoge could only feel the aura qi of his entire body surging unceasingly as he suddenly let out a long roar, the roar resembling the roar of a dragon from the nine heavens, not ceasing for a long time. This long roar resounded in all directions, moving one's very soul. Only after a long time did Yin Zhaoge cease his long roar. Moving his body slightly, he felt that his foundation had become even more solid, the feeling of his accumulated strength about to erupt becoming even clearer. Yin Zhaoge turned his head, smiling. The Qilin Spring baptism truly lives up to its reputation. Cultivate diligently. Yin Di smiled. Now that you've returned this time, I won't test your cultivation. Those little fellas of the Sacred Sun clan have already proven your improvement over the past few days. Having just finished the baptism, you should return to your residence to nourish your aura qi. The things that I brought back for you from the fire domain this time have already been placed in your residence. A hint of warmth surfaced within Yin Di's eyes. You are about to go to the mountain domain. Return to your residence and properly prepare. Yin Zhaoge nodded. You can rest easy. I won't be careless. Returning to his residence, Yin Zhaoge indeed saw that a large amount of treasures had been placed there. Guarding the treasure mountain, who was smiling so widely that only his teeth could be seen. Yin Zhaoge made an inventory. Quite a few of the things that he needed urgently were all there. Let me see. Flowing cloud mirror. Underground fire pith. Fire pattern jade. Heaven ascending vine. Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers. A great harvest, All of these things, in the fire domain and in the Sacred Sun clan, were all supreme treasures that were in high demand, being incomparably rare. To the Sacred Sun clan itself, these treasures all had boundless, miraculous uses, and were in a state where they were in short supply. Usually, the Sacred Sun clan strictly restricted the outflow of these treasures. Wanting to trade for treasures produced in the Heaven domain was already extremely difficult. Even if they were to trade, they would only be able to trade for some inferior goods. And this time, of the things that Yin Zhaoge wanted, he had obtained a considerable portion of them, and the quantity and quality were all extremely superior. Chapter 112. Still, with the two main materials already in place, it would be much easier for Yin Zhaoge to forge the Blood Devil Plate. Other than the flowing cloud mirror, Yin Di had also brought back a large amount of fire pattern jade from the fire domain, causing Yin Zhaoge to feel very happy. After combining the fire pattern jade with the icy sky congealed fat produced in the Heaven domain and forming a medicinal paste, Yin Zhaoge smeared it on his body. Yin Zhaoge, who resembled a statue, sat in the meditative position, circulating his qi as he breathed in and out. The medicinal paste on his body gradually turned transparent, numerous wisps of smoke clouds being absorbed by the unceasingly opening and closing acupoints of his entire body. Within his Dantian Qi Si, the mass of primal Qi concealed by the clear Qi constantly fluctuated, gradually separating into two streams of extremely cold Qi and extremely hot Qi. In that extremely hot air current, a small spark flickered faintly. The spiritual energy in the ointment was divided and absorbed by the hot and cold air currents, and then gradually returned to chaos. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes, his eyeballs moving. His senses towards the outside world were already much more acute than before. Not only had his stellar energy cultivation improved, but his spiritual perception had also improved. The Grandmaster realm was usually divided into three major realms: internal invulnerability, physical invulnerability, and innate. Above the innate realm was the heavenly connection realm, which was the realm where one was trying to become a great Grandmaster. The greatest difference between a late outer Aura Martial Scholar and an early Scientian Martial Scholar was whether or not they could cultivate their own astral energy to the point of spirituality. Astral energy had a spirit of its own, making it even more powerful. When a martial artist used it, they would be even more flexible. With the same amount of stellar energy, The one with spirituality could easily defeat the one without spirituality. If the latter wanted to even up the gap, they would need more stellar energy. This was one of the differences in strength between a Sciention Grandmaster and a Physical Invulnerability Grandmaster. Compared to the difference between a Physical Invulnerability late-stage martial scholar and a Physical Invulnerability middle-stage martial scholar, the difference between Physical Invulnerability and innate stage was even greater. It was just like the difference between internal invulnerability and physical invulnerability. In addition to the qualitative change in the quality of their gang chi, the spiritual sense of a Sciention martial scholar would also experience a significant increase. It would be easier for them to discover hidden opponents, and their reaction speed in battle would also become sharper. Comparatively speaking, to break through from the late stage of outer invulnerability to the early stage of Sciention, comprehension was more important than the accumulation of gang chi. However, the thickness of a Sciention Grandmaster's earth energy was usually much thicker than a Physical Invulnerability Grandmaster's. To Yin Zhaoge, it was actually not hard for him to see through the secrets of the spirituality of his aura chi. On the contrary, having only recently stepped into the late outer aura martial scholar realm in the Eastern Tang, he had been constantly battling in various places afterwards, not having had the time to cultivate in seclusion. As a result, his current accumulation was a little lacking. Now that he was using the ice dome congealed fat and the fire pattern jade to undergo the two extremes body forging baptism ceremony, it made up for his lack of accumulation to a large extent. In this way, he would be one step closer to becoming a Sciention Grandmaster. You could take the underground fire pith with you first. There's no need to deal with it immediately. Yin Zhaoge stood up, stretching his neck a little. The heaven-climbing vine is also obtained now. In concocting the heaven-returning divine pill for Grandmaster, only the final main ingredient remains. I hope that the information I received is true and that it can be found in the mountain domain. As Yin Zhaoge walked out of the door, Ahu, unlike his usual self, did not wait outside. I wonder if Ahu succeeded? Yin Zhaoge knew that Ahu was currently also cultivating. He, who was already a late-stage Sciention Grandmaster, was trying to break through to the connecting heaven state. Of the 10 levels of Zhongshe realm, the connecting heaven realm was the last level. The name of connecting heaven had already explained everything. Stepping into this realm, one would be able to attempt a breakthrough into the martial Grandmaster realm. After succeeding, it would be a whole new heaven and earth. Because Ahu was willing to be a servant, many people unconsciously looked down on him. Yin Zhaoge, however, clearly knew that this somewhat simple and honest, somewhat slippery big fellow actually possessed a rather shocking talent in the martial Tao. To put it bluntly, he was not inferior to the original owner of Yin Zhaoge's body in the slightest. Yin Di had also never mistreated him, treating him as a disciple, carefully guiding him from young. Therefore, Ahu's strength was completely not inferior to Xiao Shun, Chao Yuan Long, and the others at the same cultivation level. Oh, it's still the original bottleneck. Yin Zhaoge came to where Ahu was in secluded cultivation. After entering, quietly observing from the side for a moment, he shook his head slightly. Only that final piece of paper's distance, but I can't break through. The current Ahu did not have his usual playful smile on his face. Instead, he was solemn and serious, fully focused. His entire aura surged, resembling a ferocious tiger choosing its prey to devour. His aura chi manifested an illusory heaven and earth. As light flickered, the all-encompassing black hurricanes shook and distorted. The hurricanes vaguely condensed into the shape of a ferocious tiger. The roar of the tiger and the howl of the wind mixed together, difficult to distinguish from one another. Yin Zhaoge hesitated slightly for a moment. It's fine if it's others, but Ahu is currently just lacking that final step. In this kind of situation, it's not that I don't have a way. It's just that if I mention this technique, it might raise father suspicions. Wait, I can push it to that dead man, Yin Su. With a flash of inspiration, Yin Zhaoge had an idea. Yin Zhaoge skimmed through the falling star blade saber martial art that he had obtained from Yin Su, feeling more and more confident. After temporarily halting his cultivation, Ahu was not surprised to see Yin Zhaoga. Instead, he grinned and said, "The heavenly connection stage is a little hard, ah." Hearing Ahu's grumbling, Yin Zhaoga threw a scroll over to him, Yin Su's falling starblade. I don't know where he obtained this remnant martial art from, but it does have some unique aspects. You can take a look. Ahu received the scroll rather curiously. "Young master, I don't train in the saber." Yin Zhaoga said, "Learning by analogy, I had a general look at it earlier. In your current situation, it might be of use." Stepping into the heavenly connection stage is not completely based on accumulation. What is more important is sudden enlightenment. Now that you have everything prepared, you only lack a flash of inspiration, seeing through the final dense fog. The feeling of heavenly connection, learning from the heavens and the earth, heaven and man as one. Towards Yin Zhaoga's guidance, whose cultivation base was still lower than his, Ahu did not feel impatient, instead nodding, "Yes, that's right." Yin Zhaoga said, "You might as well try gazing at the stars at night, sensing the changes in the stars, especially at the instant when a meteor's radiance flickered. It might be effective." The martial principles of this falling star blade also originate from there. You could try to use it as a reference. As he said this, Yin Zhaoga's finger drew an arc in the air, resembling a shooting star descending from the horizon. Ahu looked thoughtful as he also extended his finger, drawing a few lines in the air, before taking the scroll and walking out. Yin Zhaoga shrugged his shoulders. "Speaking of martial manuals, I still have a chance to enter the martial repository." Broad Creed Mountain's martial repository contained all of Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial arts, as well as other martial arts that Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners had inadvertently obtained while roaming the outside world over the years. Yin Zhaoga's fingers lightly tapped on the bookshelf as he involuntarily raised his head, gazing towards the fourth level of the martial repository up above. Broad Creed Mountain's legacy is extremely ancient, even being somewhat related to the divine palace of the past. Perhaps some clues have been left behind. "Zhaoga?" Suddenly hearing someone call out to him, Yin Zhaoga swiveled his head, seeing a handsome youth appear before him. The newcomer was around 25 or 26 years of age, his features somewhat similar to the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng. He was dressed in white with a blue robe on the outside, dressed in the attire of an elite disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. He did not have Zhao Shicheng's steadiness, instead appearing a little wild and flamboyant. It was Zhao Shicheng's fourth son, Zhao Ming, who had officially entered Broad Creed Mountain to learn martial arts. Of Zhao Shicheng's many sons, Yin Zhaoga was the most familiar with him. "Brother, you've performed a great meritorious deed?" Seeing him, Yin Zhaoga smiled. Elite disciples like Zhao Ming could freely enter the first level of the martial repository, and those who had performed a rather large meritorious deed would be rewarded with a chance to enter the second level of the martial repository. Generally speaking, it would be very difficult to get a chance to enter the third level of the martial repository. Zhao Ming said, "Don't laugh at me, Zhaoga. I know very well that the reward this time was because of Royal Father." Zhao Shicheng had strongly supported Broad Creed Mountain in the Eastern Tang, even nearly dying himself. Broad Creed Mountain would naturally not treat the Eastern Tang badly, and making an exception to reward Zhao Ming was one of them. He said solemnly, "Speaking of this, I still have to thank you for saving Royal Father in the Eastern Tang." Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. "With the relationship between our two families, is there still a need to say this?" Zhao Ming also smiled and nodded. Just like now, the two of them meeting in private, with no one else around, not addressing each other as senior and junior apprentice brother, instead addressing each other in accordance with their familial ties. While he was older, he had entered Broad Creed Mountain rather late, having only entered after becoming a martial scholar. According to the order of entry, he had to address Yin Zhaoga as senior apprentice brother. This time, Thanks to the clan making an exception, I also have a chance to enter the third level for the first time. Zhao Ming sighed as he came to Yin Zhaoga's side. Yin Zhaoga asked, "Have you chosen?" Zhao Ming nodded. "I chose the Big Dipper sword." Yin Zhaoga smiled. "Majestic and vast. I guess that you also chose the Big Dipper sword." The sword intent of the Big Dipper sword is complex and profound, its variations boundless. You'll have to train in it. Before Zhao Ming could say anything, a voice resounded from the stairway leading from the second to the third level of the scripture tower. 1,000 profundities, 10,000 variations. Just remember that the Big Dipper worships the north, the northern star illuminating the heavens, the 7 stars converging. This is the foundation from which all variations are born. Hearing his words, the corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth arched slightly. A person ascended the stairs. Seeing his appearance, Zhao Ming couldn't help but frown. He also recognized the other party. It was Fang Zhuan's direct disciple, a core, direct disciple of Broad Creed Mountain like Yin Zhaoga, a leading figure of the younger generation, Lu Wen. Zhao Ming suddenly recalled that of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation disciples, Lu Wen was second to none in terms of attainments in the Big Dipper sword. In the past, while similarly cultivating in the Big Dipper sword, the person beside him, because he had always been unable to compare to Lu Wen in the Big Dipper sword, had turned to creating his own sword Dao, producing the Coiling Dragon sword. Chapter 114. In the Eastern Tang, he was one of the top geniuses possessing outstanding talent. Also wholeheartedly devoted to the martial Dao, his achievements in the martial Dao even surpassed those of his brothers. Being able to enter Broad Creed Mountain, even donning a blue robe and becoming an elite disciple, being heavily groomed by the clan, was in itself an affirmation of his abilities. However, the Lu Wen before him, while being of similar age as Zhao Ming, had a cultivation base that was not just a level higher. At his current age, Zhao Ming had already reached the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm, which was already rather rare. However, Lu Wen had long since reached the late outer aura martial scholar realm. The difference between the two was like wearing a blue robe, with Lu Wen's robe having an additional black border. And the Yin Zhaoga beside him was even more shockingly talented. Before leaving the mountain the last time, he had still been a late inner aura martial scholar. Having returned this time, he had actually already completely surpassed him, Zhao Ming, reaching the late outer aura martial scholar realm. This kind of cultivation speed could already no longer be described as shocking, but as horrifying. Towards this, Zhao Ming completely couldn't feel any jealousy, only envy. Looking at the Lu Wen who had just arrived, Zhao Ming said in an indifferent tone, "Thank you for your pointers, senior apprentice brother Lu." Zhao Ming was also clear about the competition between Fang Zhuan and Yin Di. That was too high a level, not something he could intervene in. However, to Zhao Ming, which side he should walk closer to, this was completely not an issue of choice at all. Of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, Lu Wen and Yin Zhaoga had always been on bad terms. Zhao Ming was well aware of this. Don't cultivate in any other martial arts, focusing solely on the Big Dipper sword for 10 years. Perhaps you'll be able to feed me moves. Glancing at Yin Zhaoga, Zhao Ming thought of that year's competition in the Big Dipper sword. After Lu Wen had won, he had left behind these words, ultimately provoking this old friend of his to forsake the Big Dipper sword, instead creating his own coiling dragon sleeve. Yin Zhaoga looked calmly at Lu Wen. This was a tall, handsome youth, a faint air of arrogance and self-confidence emanating from between his brows. As the heavens-favored son of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, Lu Wen had this confidence and qualification, especially when Yin Zhaoga's gaze fell on the top of Lu Wen's head. "Oh, you've stepped into the Xiantian martial scholar realm. Congratulations, congratulations," Yin Zhaoga said nonchalantly, raising his brows. Hearing this, Zhao Ming was stunned. His expression became much more solemn. He carefully sensed with his heart instead of just looking with his eyes. Indeed, above Lu Wen's head, there seemed to be a faint ray of spiritual light rising up, piercing through the horizon, faintly discernible. He has really stepped into the inborn realm. Zhao Ming's eyes narrowed. That was the spiritual light of heaven and earth resonance. It meant that a martial artist's martial arts and stellar energy had been refined into wisps of spirituality to communicate with the outside world. When the spiritual light was completely condensed and visible to the naked eye, it meant that the martial artist had stepped into the heavenly connection realm and was one with nature. Xiantian martial scholars were able to control whether their spiritual light was visible or not. Lu Wen clearly wasn't controlling it at this moment, clearly displaying it in front of others. Yin Zhaoge chortled. Lu Wen had also been keeping an eye on the Qilin spring baptism. After all, the opportunity was limited. Now there was still a chance left. Lu Wen could still try to fight for it. If not, he would probably be even more depressed. However, the fewer opportunities there were, the more cautious the elders of the sect would be in their decisions, and the harder it would be for Lu Wen to fight for it. As Lu Wen came up the stairs, his gaze similarly fell on Yin Zhaoge. The joy of having successfully stepped into the Xiantian stage had vanished without a trace not long after he had left seclusion. In less than a year's time, Yin Zhaoge had soared from the late inner aura martial scholar realm all the way to the late outer aura martial scholar realm. Such a speed left him wide-eyed and tongue-tied. If not for his breakthrough in seclusion this time, Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base might even have already caught up to his. What shocked him even more was that Xiao Yuanlong and Xiao Shun had been consecutively defeated by Yin Zhaoge, with Xiao Shun even directly slain. Others might not understand how strong Xiao Shun was, but Lu Wen couldn't be clearer on it. At the same age as Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, he and Xiao Shun had been the brightest of talents, having started competing since their youth, and it had already been almost 10 years since then. He couldn't do anything to Xiao Shun, and Xiao Shun also couldn't do anything to him. This time, Lu Wen had successfully stepped into the Xiantian martial scholar realm first, finally being a step ahead of Xiao Shun. However, such an opponent had actually been slain by the even younger Yin Zhaoge in a one-on-one battle. How could Lu Wen not feel shocked to the core by this? The previous generations, Yin Di and Feng Zhuan, were competing. How could there not be competition between their third generation as well? With regards to Yin Zhaoge, one news after another that left people dumbfounded and tongue-tied. If not for the fact that Lu Wen's willpower was strong enough, he might have directly sunk into chaos, losing all will to compete. Him emerging from seclusion, being a step ahead of Xiao Shun, should have originally caused quite a bit of a reaction within the clan, causing everyone to feel happy about it. But looking at it now, it seemed like a joke. Lu Wen even hoped that no one would care about it, no one would mention it. The Qilin spring baptism that he had originally been determined to obtain had now also become hard to predict. And also congratulations to you, junior apprentice brother Yin, for stepping into the late outer aura martial scholar realm. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Lu Wen said slowly. Smiling, Yin Zhaoge suddenly said, "What is learned on paper is ultimately shallow, knowing that this matter must be done with practice." Lu Wen's gaze hardened as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly. Empty words and talking on paper do not have much use. Some things, you can only know exactly what is going on after you have actually experienced it. Oh, you mean to say that I only know how to talk empty words? Lu Wen strode forward, coming before Yin Zhaoge. Other things don't matter. In the Tao of the Big Dipper Sword, I believe that within the martial scholar realm, I have some say in it. Yin Zhaoge's performance in the Eastern Tang had been too domineering. When the news had spread back to the clan, it had even caused everyone to feel a sense of disbelief. If not for Sure Tai's proof, there really would have been quite a few people who would have thought that Yin Zhaoge had been exaggerating. Although he felt it to be inconceivable, Lu Wen still chose to believe it. And it was precisely because of this that he felt an immense amount of pressure. On one hand, emotionally, the Yin Zhaoge, who was far younger than him, had suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds, looking like he was about to overtake him, caused Lu Wen to feel an urgent need to prove himself. On the other hand, rationally, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Wen actually wanted to wait and see, not first entering into a direct conflict with Yin Zhaoge. However, while he might not be able to do so in other areas, if they were to compete in the field of the Big Dipper Sword, Lu Wen had absolute confidence, let alone those of the younger generation, even including all the Heavenly Connection and late Xiantian martial scholars, of Broad Creed Mountain's martial scholars. Lu Wen, was the number one in the Big Dipper sword. It was even to the extent that some martial grandmaster experts, even if their Big Dipper sword were stronger, it was still due to their cultivation bases suppressing others. In terms of attainments in the Big Dipper sword alone, they were also inferior to him, Lu Wen. That year, it was precisely him who had suppressed the youth before him to the point that, in a fit of anger, he had abandoned the Big Dipper sword, switching to creating his own sword arts. In this domain, he had the confidence to suppress the sharpness of Yin Zhaoge, who was currently in the limelight. Since you say so, actions speak louder than words. It just so happens that the two of us both cultivate in the Big Dipper sword. I'll demonstrate it for junior apprentice brother Zhao. Yin Zhaoge smiled, not saying anything more as he directly raised his hand, his index and middle fingers forming a sword, piercing towards Lu Wen's face. Lu Wen raised his brows slightly. Good move. Immediately substituting a sword with his fingers, similarly forming a Big Dipper sword, he met Yin Zhaoge's fingers. The two did not utilize their aura qi, competing purely with the variations of their sword arts. Even so, Zhao Ming by the side could only feel that on the third floor of the martial repository before him, flowing light shone, the 7 stars converging. 7 stars worshipping the north is indeed the foundation of the Big Dipper sword, with its myriad variations never departing from its core, Yin Zhaoge said casually to Zhao Ming. Occupying the position of the North Star is the main point of the Big Dipper sword. However, how to occupy it? Enemies are not puppets, sitting and watching you execute it, especially opponents who are familiar with our clan's Big Dipper sword. They will even try to snatch the position of the North Star from you, or force you to deviate from it. As Yin Zhaoge spoke, he strode forward, his sword shadows intersecting, directly forcing Lu Wen back a step. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up, knowing that this was precisely because Yin Zhaoge had seized the position of the North Star, thus gaining the upper hand. Lu Wen gave a low snort, similarly changing his sword arts, his figure moving as he forced Yin Zhaoge back once more. Chapter 115. The changes of the Big Dipper sword are mysterious and complicated. It is a path of the sword Tao from complexity to simplicity, Yin Zhaoge said as he clashed with Lu Wen. In the blink of an eye, the battle for the position of the North Star had changed hands several times. The one who occupied the position of the North Star would be able to force his opponent to retreat. If the position of the North Star was seized by his opponent, he would lose the initiative. There's nothing wrong with highlighting the main points, but if you really want to do this and turn the main points in the book into something that you can actually do, you can't do this without accumulation. As Yin Zhaoge said this, his figure spun, substituting sword with his fingers as sword shadows flew. With a point of his finger, 7 sword shadows flashed in the void like the Big Dipper. The accumulation of live combat experience and the accumulation of your understanding of the sword Tao will allow you to be at your fingertips at any time. Yin Zhaoge smiled at Zhao Ming, 7 stars converging, the North Star hanging high in the sky. It's easy to say, but how do you achieve it? That's why I said before that you have a lot of training to do. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge strode out, occupying the North Star position. Then 7 sword shadows flickered simultaneously, pointing towards Lu Wen. Lu Wen's expression was calm. At this moment, his actions were exactly the same, similarly stepping out, his 7 swords flying out simultaneously. The tips of their right feet directly touched each other. In the air, the shadows of the swords flashed, as if the swords were really clashing, and the faint sound of metal colliding could be heard. The two of them retreated as soon as they came into contact. After a single clash, they retreated at the same time, and then immediately charged forward again. They only fought with the changes in moves and did not really exert their strength. The library of martial repository seemed to be calm. However, as the swords clashed, the two great heroes of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation had already displayed the profundities of the Big Dipper sword to the maximum. A sword momentum that was dense and profound seemed to shine eternally in the night sky. The sword momentum was wide and open, as if it contained the secrets of the movement of the stars. After exchanging blows for a moment, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he grew more and more confident in Lu Wen's sword arts. As for Lu Wen, his gaze flickered as he too had a feeling of confidence. The two of them moved, once again competing for the position of the North Star. At this point in the battle, the two of them had already pushed their sword intents to the extreme. The battle had reached a decisive moment. At this time, whoever seized the position of the North Star would find it difficult to take it back, and they would be at an absolute disadvantage. The side that grasped the position of the North Star was sure to win. Substituting his sword with his finger, Yin Zhaoge let out a roar, the momentum of his sword rising high as he was in high spirits, as though he had finally released the stifling air that had always been suppressed by Lu Wen in the Tao of the Big Dipper sword all these years. Like a meteor shower, 7 sword shadows flickered in the air, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas as they shot towards Lu Wen. 7 stars worshipped the north. The strongest move of the 7-star sword. Looks like you've never really let go of the 7-star sword all these years. That's why you can have such attainments. Lu Wen said indifferently, to be able to fight me to a draw for so long, you have already surpassed others in the Big Dipper sword. If you had this level of skill back then, you wouldn't have needed to ponder over some azure dragon sleeve. Amidst his words, Lu Wen similarly struck out with his 7 swords, also using the 7 stars worshipping the north, clashing head-on with Yin Zhaoge. The sword stances of the two dissipated once more. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge's sword stance had already been exhausted, Lu Wen's sword stance suddenly changed, his body turning. But you've improved. I've improved even more. Substituting his sword with his finger, Lu Wen's sword stance wavered, suddenly changing from 7 swords to 6. However, it was no longer the Big Dipper sword in the usual sense, but a change in Lu Wen's own understanding of the Tao of the sword. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper and the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper, at this moment, simultaneously shone. The Big Dipper governed death, the Southern Dipper governed life. Lu Wen's Big Dipper sword, which had originally already reached the limits of its variations, underwent a new change. The old force that had already been depleted completely didn't need to be recovered at all, as it actually suddenly birthed new force. Lu Wen's sword stance surged, striding out, directly seizing the position of the North Star. Watching from the side, Zhao Ming was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, completely not having thought that such a change would actually occur in the battle situation. As one of the 8 extreme arts, the Big Dipper sword had been unceasingly polished and researched by generations of Broad Creed mountain experts, removing the impurities and retaining the essence. Wanting to improve even further, how difficult would it be? And now, Lu Wen had actually stimulated some new changes within it. While it was still very immature, while it was still just an embryonic form, at this moment, Zhao Ming seemed to vaguely see the shadow of Shirtai. That Shirtai who had cultivated the Vajra body to an unprecedented level, also unceasingly improving it. If Lu Wen was allowed to continue down this path, reaching Shirtai's current cultivation realm, would he be able to bring the Big Dipper sword to the next level as well? While he belonged to a different camp from Lu Wen, towards Lu Wen now, Zhao Ming had no choice but to say the word admiration. He looked worriedly at Yin Zhaoge, only to see a smile shockingly appear on Yin Zhaoge's face. On the 4th floor of the martial repository, an old man who had always been pretending to be asleep suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the floor as he looked towards the 3rd floor below. The old man's gaze, however, was not on Lu Wen, but on Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's sword stance having already reached its limits, he saw a new change appearing in Lu Wen's sword arts, seizing the initiative. His sword arts actually also underwent a change. Amidst the layers of sword shadows, Yin Zhaoge did not advance, instead retreating. The Lu Wen who was in the midst of striking out with his sword suddenly felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling. He felt that under the influence of his aura, his own sword arts had actually also been guided along by Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, the two sword arts actually vaguely formed a strange resonance. It was as though they were not fighting to the death, but rather the two of them working side by side, attacking other enemies. Under the interaction of their auras, the two Big Dipper swords actually merged into one. However, accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's retreat, the position of the North Star shockingly underwent a change. This forced Lu Wen to continue taking a step forward. Otherwise, he could only watch as the position of the North Star fell into Yin Zhaoge's grasp. Although he knew that things were not good, Lu Wen could only grit his teeth and take a step forward, fighting to regain the initiative. However, just as his body moved, the Yin Zhaoge, who had originally taken half a step back, abruptly took another step forward. His speed was even faster than when he had been retreating, as though Yin Zhaoge had never intended to retreat from the very beginning, having originally been prepared to advance. The rapid retreat and rapid advance switched in an instant, without any buffer in the slightest. However, it seemed to be lifting something heavy as though it were light, not having the slightest feeling of dryness at all. As he advanced, another Big Dipper sword was executed. Lu Wen stared wide-eyed. At this moment, it was as though his entire person had voluntarily delivered itself to the tip of Yin Zhaoge's sword. That's it. Yin Zhaoge retracted his sword, not looking at Lu Wen, instead swiveling his head to smile at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming opened his mouth wide, yet was unable to utter a sound. It was only after a long time that he finally laughed bitterly. One is a genius. The other is a genius who can defeat geniuses. It was just that he had not thought that Yin Zhaoge, who had always been unable to defeat Lu Wen in the Big Dipper sword that year, although he had seemingly switched to cultivating in another sword Dao, had at the end of the day still endured hardships, standing back up from where he had fallen. Staring fixedly at Yin Zhaoge, Lu Wen said in a dry, hoarse voice, "You predicted that final change of mind from death to life, from nothing to something?" Glancing at him, Yin Zhaoge casually waved his hand, substituting a sword with his finger, executing another Big Dipper, worshipping the north towards the air. As the sword momentum reached its end, it suddenly transformed into the Southern Dipper sword, the old force having reached its limits, a new force born out of thin air. While he looked like he was going all out, he was actually doing it with ease. "Because I also know it, Yin Zhaoge spread his hand apart. Lu Wen closed his eyes. Chapter 116. Looking at the silent Lu Wen, Yin Zhaoge shrugged. The original owner of her body was young and impetuous, and was forced by Lu Wen to give up on the 7-star swordplay. In order to prove himself, he didn't even cultivate in Broad Creed Mountain's other supreme sword art of the 8 extreme arts, instead attempting to create his own sword art. He did have some accomplishments. In fact, the original owner of this body was not weak in the Sword Dao. He also had extremely high attainments in the 7-star Sword Dao. However, there were indeed some people who were born with a certain type of martial arts and could practice it with ease. For example, the Golden Sun Needle Qigong to Chao Yuan Long, and the 7-star sword to Lu Wen. However, it was still unknown whether he could reach Shi Tai's level in the future. If Shi Tai did not practice the Diamond Body, he could casually choose another of the 8 extreme arts, including the 7-star sword, and he would still be the Iron Lion King. If Lu Wen didn't train in the 7-star sword, that would be a different matter altogether. However, for him to be able to reign supreme over all of Broad Creed Mountain's martial scholars at the age of 25 or 26 in the Big Dipper sword was not due to luck, but due to his genuine ability. As compared to the original owner of this body, Yin Zhaoge had a different understanding of the Big Dipper sword. As Yin Zhaoge saw it, this sword Dao had its merits. At the same time, it also had potential that could be excavated. Other than that, to Yin Zhaoge, abandoning the Big Dipper sword and not using it was really not a glorious thing at all. Leaving behind such an old scar made him feel very unhappy. Yin Zhaoge had diligently researched all of the martial arts that the original owner of his body had cultivated. Among them, the one that he had spent the most effort on wasn't his signature self-created coiling dragon sleeve, nor was it the Tushita palm. It was precisely the 7-star sword that had been abandoned in the eyes of others. Combined with the foundation left behind by his body's original owner, Yin Zhaoge, with a higher comprehension ability, very quickly gained a deeper understanding of this Big Dipper sword. In fact, if he wanted to dispel the stereotypical impression in the eyes of others, he didn't necessarily have to use Lu Wen as an example, although using Lu Wen as an opponent would be the most effective. However, since Lu Wen had taken the initiative to deliver himself to him, Yin Zhaoge would naturally kindly accept it. On the fourth level of the martial repository, that old man looked at Yin Zhaoge, his gaze deep and distant as not a single emotion could be seen within. What high comprehension ability! Yin Zhaoge smiled towards Lu Wen, cupping his hands. Thanks for letting me win. After saying that, he walked past Lu Wen and headed downstairs. Snapping back to his senses, Zhao Ming's gaze towards Lu Wen did not contain any contempt or contempt. In fact, there were even traces of admiration within it. Lu Wen was already sufficiently strong, being able to distinguish himself in a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain, where geniuses abounded, becoming an elite of the younger generation. Lu Wen was undoubtedly a genius amongst geniuses. Sadly, he had encountered the even stronger Yin Zhaoge. In the entire Broad Creed Mountain, of those of the same age and of the same cultivation level, who would dare say that they had absolute confidence in defeating Lu Wen? Not to mention defeating Lu Wen in the domain that he excelled in. Before today, amongst those beneath the martial Grandmaster realm, Lu Wen was Broad Creed Mountain's #1 in the Big Dipper sword. Even after today, Lu Wen's Big Dipper sword would still be able to show disdain for all of Broad Creed Mountain's martial scholars. But above him, an even stronger expert had appeared. The young man who had been forced by him to abandon the Big Dipper sword in the past had defeated him with the Big Dipper sword. Looking at Lu Wen, Zhao Ming sighed, following Yin Zhaoge downstairs. Those who surpass geniuses are geniuses amongst geniuses. Being able to surpass geniuses amongst geniuses, what kind of people are they? Turning back, Yin Zhaoge saw Zhao Ming following behind him with a thoughtful expression on his face. He couldn't help but smile. A martial art like the Big Dipper sword is not something that can be mastered in a single go. Go back and slowly work on it. Zhao Ming came to his senses, nodding. I naturally understand this principle. However, entering secluded cultivation is definitely not possible. A little later, I will be heading to the North Heaven region's Scarlet Rainbow sect. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Son-in-law coming to visit? The Scarlet Rainbow sect was a major sect in the North Heaven region, a power similar to the Eastern Tang Kingdom, occupying a region with Broad Creed Mountain as its master. While the Eastern Tang Kingdom and the Scarlet Rainbow sect were in the North Heaven region, one in the East Heaven region, the other in the North Heaven region, they would often have dealings with each other. Within the territory governed by the Scarlet Rainbow sect, a large amount of spirit flowers and spirit grasses were cultivated. A considerable portion of the raw materials for the Eastern Tang Kingdom's pill concoction originated from the Scarlet Rainbow sect. As a clan, the Scarlet Rainbow sect naturally thirsted for the geniuses within its territory. However, as a power of the Heaven Domain, it would definitely be affected by Broad Creed Mountain. The most elite young geniuses would naturally wish to enter Broad Creed Mountain. Since ancient times, the Scarlet Rainbow sect had long since gotten over this. In order to strengthen their relationship with Broad Creed Mountain, the Scarlet Rainbow sect would also send some outstanding geniuses to enter Broad Creed Mountain. The daughter of the current chief of the Scarlet Rainbow sect had entered Broad Creed Mountain. Due to their long time together and also some desire for marriage, Zhao Ming and the other party gradually came to be together. Towards Yin Zhaoge's teasing, Zhao Ming was very calm. I still haven't paid a visit to the Scarlet Rainbow sect's old chief, so I'll be making a trip there this time. Yin Zhaoge nodded. I wish you success. If our times coincide, we might even be traveling together. While Zhao Ming was curious as to why Yin Zhaoge would be heading to the North Heaven region, he didn't ask about it, just directly nodding. That couldn't be better. On the way there, I can also ask you for guidance on the Big Dipper sword. At this point, Zhao Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just over half a year ago, due to his age, his cultivation base had still been higher than Yin Zhaoge's. Now, the other party had already surpassed him. They really couldn't be compared. After bidding farewell to Zhao Ming, Yin Zhaoge returned to his lodgings. Having roughly packed up, Yin Zhaoge called Feng Yunsheng to prepare to set off for the mountain domain together. This time, it was not just the matter of the mountain domain's cloud portent mountain. There was also the problem of Feng Yunsheng's extreme yin physique that had to be resolved. And Ahu, after this period of analysis, had successfully broken through that final bottleneck, stepping into the 10th level of the martial scholar realm, the heavenly connection stage. While he looked like a big simpleton, his comprehension ability in the martial Tao was actually rather good. With just a few reminders from Yin Zhaoge, just that final step away, he had found a knack to it, successfully breaking through. Luckily, I made it in time. Luckily, Ahu grinned in a silly manner. Yin Zhaoge patted his shoulder. Come, follow me to the clan's assignment hall. Arriving at the assignment hall, Yin Zhaoge saw his second apprentice uncle once more, the first seat of the assignment hall, Feng Jun. Feng Jun first said, regarding the legacy of the glacial dragon martial saint, because it involves the changes in hell, the clan will first investigate and deal with it. However, anything unrelated to hell will still belong to you. Yin Zhaoge smiled. It can also be counted as a legacy that the clan and I have jointly excavated. What should be yours? The clan will definitely not take advantage of you, Feng Jun said. As for the specifics, we can talk about it after eldest apprentice brother returns. Yin Zhaoge nodded, knowing that this matter was of great importance. Shirtai set out once more, taking the small metal plate and heading far away to the North Sea. Feng Jun continued. As for that ring of Yi Jing's, after investigation, it can be confirmed that it is related to the Flame Devil Emperor of before the Great Calamity. However, it is only a weak remnant aura, and should be a simple ancient artifact, not having much relation to the current Flame Devil world. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm. This is actually good news. That's right, it is indeed good news. Feng Jun's gaze shifted between Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Right in around half a year's time, it will be the next Heavenly Connection meet. If you are to participate, Zhaoge, make your preparations. The Heavenly Connection meet was not a meeting of Heavenly Connection martial practitioners, but a meeting of the peak martial practitioners of the 8 Extremities world's younger generation. Held once every 3 years, the main thing was to look at one's potential and not the level of one's current cultivation base. This was where the meaning of Heavenly Connection lay. The name of the current era's 4 young masters had been spread after the previous meet. Other than that, there were also other heaven's favored sons of the younger generation whose names had spread far and wide in this meet. There were also some clans or individuals who chose to conceal their abilities, developing in secret. However, the clashes and interactions between geniuses could often produce shocking sparks, allowing the participants to benefit greatly, gaining unexpected rewards. The cultivation of martial practitioners had never been purely about sitting around and working hard, working behind closed doors to build a cart. Therefore, whether to participate or conceal was a matter of opinion. Yin Zhaoge nodded, I understand. Feng Jun continued. As for your trip to the mountain domain this time, the clan will have experts accompanying you. Although Yin Zhaoge had the ability to manipulate the universe, heading to the mountain domain was actually an official exchange with Infinite Boundless Mountain, requiring a bigwig of the clan of sufficient weight to lead the group. Yin Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this. Second apprentice uncle. I wonder which elder will be leading the group? Feng Jun said. It's junior apprentice Sister Fu. Chapter 117. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu left seclusion? Feng Jun nodded. Just recently. I just came out of seclusion. She's at the Cloud Pavilion Lake in the North Heaven continent. You can go there on the way, and then she'll take you to the mountain domain. Yin Zhaoge opened his mouth. It's really on the way. Honestly speaking, Yin Zhaoge felt from the bottom of his heart that even if Feng Jun had led the team, this result would still have been better. The junior apprentice Sister Fu that Feng Jun spoke was one of Broad Creed Mountain's peak female martial grandmaster experts, the Soaring Cloud Lord Fu Inshu. Like Shirtai, Feng Jun, and Yin Di, they were all direct disciples of Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yuan Junfo. Amongst the current female experts of the eight extremities world, she could be considered one of the top figures. Other than that, she had the title of Broad Creed Mountain's #1 beauty back then. Compared to the lifespan of her cultivation, she was still in her prime. It was only because her cultivation and status were gradually rising that the gossipy people consciously stopped talking about it. However, Yin Zhaoge really did not want to have anything to do with this uncle. This was because this senior apprentice Aunt Fu had been rather in love with her own junior apprentice brother, who was also Yin Zhaoge's father, Yin Di. Unfortunately, it was a one-sided love. The falling flowers yearn for love, but the heartless water flows. Fu Inshu had a strong personality and was also a little narrow-minded. In the end, it seemed that her love had turned into hatred. As a result, the relationship between the two was currently extremely awkward. Even Yin Zhaoge, as a junior, had to avoid this senior apprentice Aunt Fu as much as he could. "She's out of seclusion." Yin Zhaoge patted his head and turned to look at Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng was a little baffled. She had naturally heard of Ling Yunjun's famous name, but she was completely unaware of the specific situation. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Feng Jun. That is to say, junior apprentice Sister Feng is also going to enter senior apprentice Aunt Fu's tutelage. Feng Jun nodded. Precisely so. When Broad Creed Mountain's core, direct disciples like Yin Zhaoge, Lu Wen, and Su Fei were promoted from elite disciples, they would all be apprenticed to their masters. Yin Zhaoge was directly his father, Yin Di. Lu Wen was Feng Jun's personal disciple, while the older Su Fei was Shi Tai's personal disciple. Although it was not unheard of for male teachers to take in female disciples and female teachers to take in male disciples, under normal circumstances, when female elite disciples were promoted to core and direct disciples, they would usually learn from female senior experts. As a maiden of extreme Yin, Feng Yunxing's extreme Yin energy had to be nurtured on her own, and her martial cultivation couldn't be delayed either. It was just that Fu Inshu had been in secluded cultivation all this while. Who knew when she would emerge from seclusion? Yin Zhaoge had not counted her in. Who knew that, coincidentally, Fu Inshu would come out of seclusion at this time? As the representative figure of Broad Creed Mountain's middle-generation female experts, it was only natural that Feng Yunsheng would enter Fu Inshu's tutelage. Yin Zhaoge gnashed his teeth. But this way, he, who was responsible for helping Feng Yunsheng recover her extreme Yin physique, would inevitably have to deal with Fu Inshu. This trip to the mountain region was just the beginning. Feng Jun said, "With regard to the extreme Yin physique, the person of our clan who has previously been researching and preparing, it has always been junior apprentice Sister Fu. If Zhaoge has any thoughts, there is no harm in communicating with her." Even though Broad Creed Mountain had never had a maiden of extreme Yin before Yin Zhaoge had brought Feng Yunxing back. However, the relevant preparations had always been in progress, only waiting for the person to be selected. Therefore, the current Broad Creed Mountain had already made sufficient preparations to groom a maiden of extreme Yin. The key was only for Yin Zhaoge to help Feng Yunxing recover. Hearing Feng Jun's words, Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. Feng Jun's words were very polite. On the matter of maidens of extreme Yin, he completely didn't treat Yin Zhaoge as an ordinary member of the younger generation, instead conversing with him on equal grounds. However, whether Fu Inshu, who didn't like him and his father, would be so easy to talk to was hard to say. After taking his leave of Feng Jun and leaving the assignment hall together with Feng Yunsheng, Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. According to the memories of his body's original owner, that senior apprentice Aunt Fu of his was, on the bright side, passionate and straightforward, not minding the gazes of others. On the dark side, she was willful, doing as she pleased, liking to do as she pleased. The important matter is more important. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. With the important matter at hand, there shouldn't be a problem, right? As Ahu and Feng Yunsheng followed beside Yin Zhaoge, Ahu suddenly said in a low voice, "Young master." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge raised his head, seeing a girl appear on the mountain path up ahead. Dressed in a white robe with a blue outer layer, her features cold and beautiful. It was precisely the Sikong Qing that he hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, Sikong Qing bowed politely. Senior apprentice brother Yin. Long time no see. Yin Zhaoge nodded, just about to return the greeting, when his heart suddenly jolted. Oh? Your breathing doesn't carry any impurities in the slightest. You've already reached the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm. When martial practitioners breathed in and out, the circulation of their qi and blood naturally far surpassed that of ordinary people. However, their breathing didn't carry any impurities in the slightest. This meant that martial practitioners had cultivated themselves, cleansing their lungs with their aura qi. Cleansing one's internal organs with aura qi was something that only mid-inner aura martial scholars could do, and it was also one of their important characteristics. Sikong Qing nodded. I broke through earlier my 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Now only my heart and my sanjiao are left uncleansed. Having been at Broadcreed Mountain for half a year, while Feng Yinsheng knew Sikong Qing, she didn't understand much about her past, and didn't feel too much upon hearing her words. Ahu, however, stared wide-eyed, appraising Sikong Qing all over. Half a year ago, in the Eastern Tang, Sikong Qing had only just stepped into the early inner aura martial scholar realm. Now, after half a year, she had actually already reached the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm. Also, she hadn't just broken through. Of her 5 viscera and 6 bowels, only her heart and sanjiao were left uncleansed with her aura qi. When her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had all been cleansed and her foundation had solidified, she could begin preparing to break through into the late inner aura martial scholar realm. Such a speed was simply unheard of. Ahu's talent in the martial Dao was actually extremely high, but even when he had been in the inner aura martial scholar realm that year, he hadn't been able to raise his cultivation so quickly. It wasn't just him. As far as Ahu knew, even when his young master had broken through from the early inner aura martial scholar realm to the mid and late inner aura martial scholar realm, he hadn't been able to do it so quickly. Lu Wen and the others similarly weren't able to do it. Such a rate of improvement made Ahu vaguely feel as though he could see his young master advancing by leaps and bounds after stepping into the outer aura martial scholar realm. I've seen a ghost. Ahu momentarily felt as though his brain wasn't enough to process it all. While she's also a rare genius in the body refinement realm, how could she be this fierce? Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered for a moment before he regained his calm. Thinking for a bit, he already understood. You've completed your tempering mission? As long as you pass the final test of your master, you can become a core, direct disciple? Sikong Qing nodded. That's right. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips without a trace. You want to enter the tutelage of the soaring cloud lord, senior apprentice Uncle Fu? Sikong Qing nodded once more. Yes, the clan's elder wants me to accompany senior apprentice brother Yin to the North Heaven region's Cloud Pavilion Lake to meet Elder Fu. Chapter 118. Looking first at Feng Yunsheng and then at Sikong Qing, Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. Since senior apprentice Aunt Fu has left seclusion, this can also be considered as something to be expected. Come, let's head to the North Heaven region. Yin Zhaoge clapped his hands, taking the lead as he strode off. Zhao Ming also just happened to be preparing to head to the North Heaven region's Scarlet Rainbow sect soon. Therefore, they just happened to be traveling together. After first meeting the North Heaven region's first seed elder, Yin Zhaoge and the others took their leave of Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming headed for the territory of the Scarlet Rainbow sect, while Yin Zhaoge's group continued towards the Cloud Pavilion Lake. Cloud Pavilion Lake was located within the borders of a small country in the east of the North Heaven region. While it was not large, its scenery was beautiful and unique. Beneath the rippling light of the lake's water, standing by the side of the lake and gazing into the distance, one could vaguely see that above the lake's center, there were white clouds that did not disperse all year round. Unique spiritual qi fluctuations surged all around the Cloud Pavilion Lake, forming a unique existence at its center. The water vapor in the air condensed into clouds, yet there was no wind or rain. It was like spring here all year round, with even the temperature not changing much, such that those white clouds did not disperse at all, instead resembling a massive pavilion erected at the center of the lake. A structure formed of cloud chi that had always existed there. Yin Zhaoge and the others were already martial scholars as they directly walked on the water, heading towards the center of the lake. Before they had even neared the cloud pavilion, numerous screens of water suddenly rose from the lake's surface, resembling a barrier. As Yin Zhaoge looked over, he instantly rolled his eyes. On the screen of water, some words shockingly appeared. The Yin family members wait outside. The rest come in. Seeing this, Ahu's large face also turned bitter. Young master, Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing exchanged looks. Even if they did not understand the situation, they now knew that the legendary elder Fu really did not like Yin Zhaoge and his father. Ahu rubbed his hands, secretly sending a sound transmission to Yin Zhaoge. Young master, we have no way of forcibly barging into this place. While the screen of water before them seemed thin, if one really thought that it was weak, there would really be a hole in one's head. This was formed by the veteran martial grandmaster expert Fu Inshu, using her fist intent to control the flow of water. It was just like how Shirtai had used his fist intent to confine heaven and earth, leaving Yin Su unable to advance or retreat. To those who were at the same cultivation level as Fu Inshu or had a higher cultivation base than her, this water screen naturally did not count for much. However, to Yin Zhaoge and Ahu, this thin layer of water screen was even more indestructible than an iron rampart. Looking at the screen of water before him, Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. It's fine. Swiveling his head to look at Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu has ordered that the two of you enter first. As Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing gazed over, they saw Yin Zhaoge's calm expression. After such a long time, they had also more or less come to know that Yin Zhaoge was indeed a person who only took advantage of others and never suffered any losses. Even when facing the seniors of the clan, it was the same. Looking at them, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Since you can enter, I can naturally enter as well. The corners of Feng Yunxing's mouth twitched, looking like she was smiling, whilst also not, as she secretly gave Yin Zhaoge a big thumbs up, no longer hesitating as she immediately walked towards that screen of water. Glancing quietly at Yin Zhaoge, Sikong Qing also nodded slightly before turning and walking towards the screen of water. As they passed through, that screen of water automatically opened, letting the two girls in. Young master, what's that old saying again? Watching them enter, Ahu somewhat painfully sent over a sound transmission. Rather offend a gentleman than a villain. Rather offend a villain than a woman? Who offended her? She's just petty. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. Relax, just wait for a moment. Very soon, she will take the initiative to let us in. Ahu was secretly speechless. His young master had always been arrogant to the heavens. This was something he had always known. However, the other party now was not someone ordinary people could compare to. In terms of status, Fu Inshu was in existence on the same level as Feng Zhuan and Shirtai. Even if her strength and status were slightly inferior, she was still not someone whom disciples of the younger generation could contend with. Especially when this woman was not very reasonable. If she really wanted to beat up a disciple of the younger generation, beating you half to death, you wouldn't even have a place to complain about it. This was Yin Di and Shir Tai's generation of Broad Creed Mountain disciples, the one who had been the greatest devil incarnate in their youth. Of the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Zhongfeng's personal disciples, Yin Di was the youngest, having entered the clan the latest. When he had entered the clan, the others had mostly already finished their apprenticeship. Before Yin Di had entered the clan, amongst his senior apprentice brothers and sisters, when they were young, the one whom Yuan Zhongfeng trusted the most was Shirtai. The one whom Yuan Zhongfeng admired the most was Feng Zhuan, but the one whom Yuan Zhongfeng liked the most was Fu Inshu. Fu Inshu's parents were not just fellow disciples of the same clan as Yuan Zhongfeng. They were also friends who had gone through life and death together. Sadly, they had both died young, and Fu Inshu had virtually been raised by Yuan Zhongfeng, the two like father and daughter. From a certain perspective, Yuan Zhengfeng had doted on Fu Inshu too much since young. Yin Zhaoge felt from the bottom of his heart that many people had to thank Shirtai. If not for him, this strict and serious eldest apprentice brother, holding down the fort from above, not even giving face to Yuan Zhengfeng most of the time, Fu Inshu's destructive power as a hegemon of Broad Creed Mountain would have been even greater. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Hu smacked his lips. Young master, even facing Elder Fong, I am even more confident than you are. After all, Elder Fong is very rational. However, if it's Elder Fu, most of the time, she does things based on her mood. Yin Zhaoge shrugged, raising 3 fingers. Firstly, while Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu is more of a carefree person, doing as she pleases, always doing things according to her own likes and dislikes, at the end of the day, she is still extremely passionate towards our clan. She was born here, grew up here, and Grand Master treats her like a daughter, doting on her very much. How could she not also respect and love Grand Master as a father? Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge retracted a finger. Before major matters are truly beneficial to Broad Creed Mountain, she can suppress her emotions, prioritizing the clan's interests. Secondly, while it might not be too good to silently criticize a senior behind his back like this, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu is someone who does not have much patience for most things. Even if she is interested in something, it would also be 3 days fishing, 2 days drying the net. Yin Zhaoge retracted another finger. However, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu is extremely passionate toward the cultivation of the martial Tao, many years like a day. Don't just look at how she had the personality of a devil incarnate when she was young. Her diligence in cultivation is something that even eldest apprentice Aunt has always praised greatly. Towards the unknown secrets of the martial Tao, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu has an extremely strong desire to investigate them. If there are some things that she does not understand, it will cause her to be unable to eat or sleep in peace, always wanting to fully understand the profundities within before giving up. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge also sighed a little in admiration. Being able to walk to her current cultivation realm without going crazy, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu naturally did not rely on luck. Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu is very headstrong and loves face, liking to fight with others. However, as compared to face, the difficult problems in the martial Tao that she cannot solve make her even more worried. At this point, Yin Zhaoge smiled as he retracted his final finger. This third, in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu is one of the few people with an impatient personality, not having much patience. Chapter 119. The words on the water screen disappeared, also not saying anything about letting Yin Zhaoge in. However, looking at the hole in the water screen, Hu could not help but stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he bowed towards the water screen. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. Then, Yin Zhaoge walked toward the hole in the water screen. Still a little dazed, Hu followed behind Yin Zhaoge completely on reflex. After a long time, Hu finally regained his wits. Young master, how exactly did you do it, ah? Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers. Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu saw Junior Apprentice Sister Feng. Unable to unravel the profundities behind Junior Apprentice Sister Feng's heavenly physique's gradual recovery, she let us in. Hu was dazed. Just that simple. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu is just like this. Compared to face, she cares more about these things. Moreover, I'm only being vented out on. After all, I'm not father himself, His hands behind his back, Yin Zhaoge walked neither hurriedly nor slowly. Of course, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu is also someone who changes her face faster than flipping the page of a book. When the riddle is solved, she might personally throw me out again. Hu shrunk his head. Young master, you must remember to hold back. If you're thrown out, it will definitely be hard for me to escape. As the two spoke, they walked on the water, already arriving at the center of the lake. Beneath the massive pavilion formed of white clouds was a small island at the center of the lake, the entire island enveloped by the white clouds above. On the peak of a mountain on the small island, Feng Yunsheng and Si Kongqing were currently standing by the side. In front of them, a green-clothed girl was currently silently looking down from the mountain. This girl's age was somewhat hard to determine. She seemed to be in her early 20s, yet also seemed to be in her 30s. Her features were extremely beautiful, not inferior to Sikong Qing and Feng Yunsheng in the slightest. Because of her age and temperament, at this moment, she seemed even more beautiful than the two girls. Walking up the mountain, seeing this girl, Yin Zhaoge immediately went forward to greet her, senior apprentice Aunt Fu. This girl was naturally Fu Enshu. Her expression was as per usual, completely unable to tell that it had been her who had left Yin Zhaoge outside the door earlier. I am very satisfied with the two of them. I have accepted both of them as disciples. The clan has recorded them over there, and can list them as core, direct disciples. Fu Enshu's first sentence when they met was to express her satisfaction towards Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing. As Yin Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunsheng, the other party's gaze contained some emotion, but more of it was firm determination. For Feng Yunsheng, who had gone through so many hardships before, grasping the opportunity in front of her was the most important thing. Speaking of which, while she had entered Broad Creed Mountain, her identity had been kept a secret, with most people not knowing of her true origins, only thinking that she was a talent that the clan had inadvertently found. Right now, the news of her being promoted to a direct core disciple had yet to spread. Once it did, it would definitely set off quite a big wave. After all, she had only been in the sect for half a year, and she had already reached the heavens in a single bound. To the side, Sikong Qing had also entered the sect for many years, and had gone through many trials to reach where she was today. Looking at Sikong Qing, Yin Zhaoge saw that her gaze was clear as some joy and yearning could still be seen within. Sikong Qing did not have the slightest dissatisfaction towards Feng Yunsheng. She was one of the few people who knew the secret of Feng Yunsheng's extreme physique, but she did not care much about it. To Sikong Qing, what she valued more was the outstanding talent that the other party had displayed in the martial Tao. As Fu Enshu said this, she swiveled her head to glance at Feng Yunsheng. According to what she said, having suffered a tribulation earlier, the extreme power within her body was completely depleted. But now, it has already recovered somewhat. Fu Enshu's words were like pearls in rapid succession. How did you do it? Yunsheng said that you used a golden needle acupoint piercing technique to stimulate her already depleted extreme meridians. I could feel that you smeared the oil of the concealed willow grass on your golden needles. However, piercing acupoints with golden needles should have a unique technique. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, similarly acting like the earlier matter had not happened at all as he said, "It is precisely so. Let me demonstrate. Senior apprentice Aunt, please correct me." Saying thus, he came in front of Feng Yunsheng, demonstrating. Fu Enshu only saw the first needle by the side, before she nodded slowly, so that's how it is. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he kept the needles, secretly sending a sound transmission to Feng Yunsheng. How is it? Do you feel that you finally met someone who can speak faster than you? Although it was right in front of Fu Enshu, Feng Yunsheng blinked, replying, "Master can say 10 sentences. I can say 8. There is a gap, but it is not that I cannot catch up." Yin Zhaoge grinned. "Good, ambitious." Fu Enshu now looked over, staring at Yin Zhaoge as she directly asked, "I heard from the clan that you want to be responsible for the grooming of Yunsheng's extreme power, cultivating martial arts. Naturally together with you, senior apprentice Aunt." Yin Zhaoge calmly met Fu Enshu's gaze. "However, as a maiden of extreme I indeed have some thoughts about competing for the extreme crown." Fu Enshu said, "Looking at your needles, I can tell that you indeed have some outstanding attainments and research in this area. Therefore, tell me your thoughts." Of the higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain, it had always been Fu Enshu who had been preparing for the grooming of maidens of extreme. She had the greatest say in this area. It was fine if Fu Enshu had not left seclusion before, but now that she had, she naturally had to weigh in on exactly how much true ability and knowledge Yin Zhaoge had in this area. After all, the matter of maidens of extreme was of great importance, and could not be taken lightly in the slightest. Yin Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly. First is to help junior apprentice Sister Feng recover her extreme yin physique. Other than piercing her acupoints with golden needles, I plan to find a treasured land of solitary yin that contains solitary yang. Keeping an eye on the mountain domain's cloud portent mountain, on one hand, is to manage our clan's relationship with infinite boundless mountain, and on the other is also for junior apprentice Sister Feng's recovery. Other than that, I have thought of a type of medicinal bath, which will also be used when the time comes, helping junior apprentice Sister Feng to recover from her injuries. At this point, Yin Zhaoge paused for a moment. As for junior apprentice Sister Feng's recovery, returning to the right path of cultivation, I naturally have some ideas as well. I believe that senior apprentice Aunt Fu should also have them. However, the problem that we have to face is that junior apprentice Sister Feng, having been delayed for a few years, has only just begun her recovery, while people like Meng Wan and the others have long since been far ahead of her. The other side will not remain where they are, stopping to wait for us. On the contrary, the one who wins the extreme yin crown will only improve even faster. Under such circumstances, how can junior apprentice Sister Feng catch up to her opponent? Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart. At the end of the day, having a maiden of extreme yin doesn't mean that all is well. Our clan finally having a maiden of extreme yin, it is just that she has the qualifications to participate in the extreme yin bout, no longer having to watch from the sidelines like in previous years. However, if she accompanies the crown prince in his studies year after year, acting as a foil for others, then having this maiden of extreme yin would be as good as not having one at all. Grooming a maiden of extreme yin, participating in the extreme yin bout, it is all for the sake of winning the extreme yin crown. Feng Yinsheng nodded lightly by the side. This was actually the truly crucial matter. Her recovery of the extreme yin physique was only just the beginning. Fu Inshu looked at Yin Zhaoge. As compared to Feng Yunxing's recovery of the extreme yin physique, this was actually the problem that was truly giving her a headache. Without Feng Yunsheng, if Broad Creed Mountain was lucky and could find another maiden of extreme yin, they would also be able to groom one from the very beginning. However, having fallen behind the other sacred grounds in the past few years, how would they make up for the gap, competing with them? In recent years, Fu Inshu had researched on the cultivation of extreme yin power. She was confident that if they all started at the same time, giving her a maiden of extreme yin, the result would not be inferior to those of the other sacred grounds. However, to catch up to those in the lead, the difficulty was just too great. Chapter 120. Firstly, when I was adventuring outside, I secretly obtained a martial secret manual from before the Great Calamity, the Extreme Yin Scripture, which is specially suited for the cultivation of maidens of extreme yin. Fu Inshu's gaze flickered as she stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. Feng Yinsheng, who was at the side, was slightly startled. Lunar scripture? Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. Looks like you've also heard of it. Feng Yinsheng murmured. I have indeed heard the elders of the past mention it. Maidens of extreme yin like us do not have any special advantages in cultivating other martial arts. We are no different from ordinary people. It all depends on our own talent in the martial arts. However, it is rumored that before the Great Calamity, there was a martial art known as the Extreme Yin Scripture, a treasured scripture specially suited for maidens of extreme yin to cultivate in. Maidens of extreme yin would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort if they were to use this to cultivate. Not only would their martial cultivation realm increase rapidly, it would also be able to nourish their extreme yin physique, causing their extreme yin energy to become even stronger. Feng Yinsheng looked at Yin Zhaoge. However, ever since the Great Calamity, this martial scripture has been lost, not even a single word left behind. Only its legend remains. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he listened to her finish, then said, That's right. The method to help you recover your extreme yin body was something that I came up with myself. However, the inspiration for it also came from the extreme yin scripture. As Yin Zhaoge said this, he looked at Fu Inshu. Currently, in our entire clan, only Grand Master and my father know of this matter. You're the third higher echelon to know of it. After I found the lunar true scripture, you were in seclusion. That's why I didn't have the time to tell you today. Fu Inshu nodded and said lightly, "You have made a great contribution in this matter, but since you have the lunar scripture, you can give it to me, and I can teach it to Yunsheng." Feng Yunsheng and Si Kongqing opened their mouths but didn't say anything. Ahu lowered his head to look at the ground. Elder Fu was the only one who could say such words so naturally. Fu Inshu said faintly, "I don't have the intention to take your credit. You should be rewarded. The sect will definitely not shortchange you. I have to teach Yunsheng martial arts cultivation on a daily basis, and this can coincide with this. Why bother two people for the same thing? Your cultivation can't be delayed, Zhaoge." Fu Inshu glanced at Yin Zhaoge. "Unless you have some other thoughts, therefore seeking to accompany me day and night?" Ahem. Ahu almost choked on his own saliva. The usually cold Si Kongqing also looked curiously at Yin Zhaoge. Feng Yunsheng blinked, not revealing the look of a shy girl as her big eyes instead contained a hint of a smile as she looked towards Yin Zhaoge openly. Receiving everyone's gazes, Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, not seeming distressed in the least. Fu Inshu said lightly, "You are in charge of the nurturing of Yunsheng's power of extreme yin, so you often have to interact with me. Because of the problem of the previous generation, you actually feel a little awkward facing me, right? Why bother?" His words were even more direct than before. Yin Zhaoge now had the urge to smile bitterly. This martial uncle of his really only cared about his own happiness and did not care about the feelings of others. However, Yin Zhaoge actually did not feel any dissatisfaction, because while Fu Inshu's words were not all that polite, her thinking was actually not without reason. If it was possible, Yin Zhaoge would also be happy to hand everything over to Fu Inshu, while he himself would just be a carefree shopkeeper. Just like Fu Inshu had said, the credit was firmly his anyway, with no one able to take it away from him. However, Yin Zhaoge still decided to take matters into his own hands. He had his own reasons, just that there were many things that outsiders could not understand. However, whether it was for public or private reasons, Yin Zhaoge had to personally go into action this time. I do not deny that I admire junior apprentice sister Feng very much. However, just from the current situation, there are no romantic feelings between us. Faced with Fu Inshu's question, Yin Zhaoge answered calmly. I suggested that I be in charge of raising junior apprentice sister Feng's extreme yin power because I have some ideas that require me to monitor her in real time, unceasingly observing her changes. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Just based on the extreme yin scripture alone, whether junior apprentice sister Feng can definitely close the gap between her and the other maidens of extreme yin is still hard to guarantee. After all, in the process of junior apprentice sister Feng's pursuit, with the help of the extreme yin crown, the other party's cultivation speed will also be faster. Fu Inshu's expression turned somewhat serious. You said just now that there are two methods, working on both sides simultaneously. Yin Zhaoge said, "That's right. The first is the extreme yin scripture, while the second is an idea of mine." As he said this, Yin Zhaoge extended his hands, bringing them together before him. It is said that yin and yang coexisting is a great Tao, but isn't the Tao of extreme yin also another great Tao? The extreme yin crown, the pinnacle of the power of extreme yin under the heavens, is also the foundation of its might. Therefore, no one has ever tried to destroy this. It is just that a path that is too extreme may similarly have a great future, a similarly high peak, but the path itself is destined to be harder the further one goes. Even if the end point is right before them, the path will only get narrower and narrower. If more variations can be integrated into it under the prerequisite of ensuring extreme yin, there will be greater room for development. The path will be widened. Yin Zhaoge said, "This way, the path will also be much faster." This time, Fu Inshu was not in a hurry to question whether Yin Zhaoge was taking things for granted, instead falling into deep thought. After a while, she opened her mouth to ask, "You wanted to find a treasured land of solitary yin that contains solitary yang to help Yunsheng recover her original extreme yin power is the same idea as this. And these two are both the results of your own analysis of the extreme yin power. The two are equivalent to corroborating each other. Is this idea really feasible? Yin Zhaoga nodded. That's right. After researching different sources and making different considerations, I came to the same conclusion. While it still needs to be verified, I think that this method is feasible. Fu Inshu hurriedly followed up. You also said that this is under the prerequisite of ensuring extreme yin. Otherwise, yin and yang will only mix, harming the power of extreme yin, the gains not making up for the losses. This requires a truly feasible method. Otherwise, it can only remain on paper, like a castle in the air. Yin Zhaoga nodded. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu's words make sense. I completely agree. I have always believed that actions trump words. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoga extended his finger, rapidly writing in midair, as though he was deriving something. Traces of his aura qi remained, not dissipating for a long time. A bright light abruptly flickered within Fu Inshu's eyes, only calming down after a long time. While it is only in embryonic form, it is already sufficient for the martial scholar realm. She glanced at Yin Zhaoga, saying straightforwardly, no wonder you dare to take on everything. Your attainments in this area are even deeper than mine. If I insist on not allowing it, it would instead delay Yunsheng and also hinder the clan's major matters. Chapter 121. Having successfully convinced Fu Inshu, Yin Zhaoga's mood was also not bad. After all, this was not an easy task. This was because martial Aunt Fu often did things based on her personal preferences and mood. Money couldn't buy a person's happiness. Sometimes there was no such thing as reason. If it wasn't necessary, Yin Zhaoga wouldn't be in the mood to waste time with her. However, the situation this time was rather complicated. From the first moment that Yin Zhaoga had met Feng Yinsheng, he had already been planning for this matter. If it weren't for Fu Inshu suddenly coming out of seclusion, there wouldn't have been so many twists and turns. Because the great calamity had caused legacies to be broken off, many things had to be developed from scratch. In the current world, Yin Zhaoga's understanding of the maiden of extreme Yin's extreme Yin physique was still limited. Even though they knew of the rumors that the Extreme Yin Sutra was beneficial to the cultivation of maidens of extreme Yin, there were still many things that the people of today did not know. Yin Zhaoga had browsed through the scripture vault of the Divine Palace. Other than the Extreme Yin scripture, there were also other scriptures related to maidens of extreme Yin. Some of these things were not limited to maidens of extreme Yin. They were similarly useful to other cultivators. Yin Zhaoga was very interested in this. Through his interaction with Feng Yinsheng, the real-time feedback he received as a reference greatly assisted Yin Zhaoga in comprehending the supreme principles of the martial Tao that he wanted to understand. However, there was no need for outsiders to know about this. Furthermore, there were many ways to help Feng Yinsheng improve her strength. It was not something that could be fully explained by the lunar scripture. He had too many secrets, so he had to either hide them, or he had to handle them himself to make it easier for him to conceal them. If they held back, how could they ensure that Feng Yinsheng could make up for it and catch up to Meng Wan and the others who were in the lead? If they couldn't win the extreme Yin bout, what was the point of working so hard for half a day? It was true that Feng Yinsheng was a martial arts genius. Even if she did not involve the extreme Yin body, she would still be able to achieve great things in the future if she cultivated step by step. But in a short period of time, her potential could not be transformed into real strength, and she could not play a strategic role in determining the world situation. As Yin Zhaoga resided in Broad Creed Mountain, whether it was himself or his father, they were all closely linked to Broad Creed Mountain, sharing their glory and their loss. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Yin Zhaoga had to ensure that the development of the situation was within his grasp this time. Fortunately, just as he had expected, while Fu Inshu's personality was unbridled and unrestrained, when it came to the major matters of Broad Creed Mountain, she was still able to distinguish between what was important and what was not. Although she was competitive and prideful, and it was said that there were times when she would even act shamelessly and refuse to admit to her debts, she still admitted that her skills were inferior when it came to the matter of the maiden of extreme Yin. I've also heard about what happened at Cloud Portent Mountain. Fu Inshu regained her senses and asked, How confident are you in this matter? Yin Zhaoge answered solemnly. At least 80%. If you want to say more, you will have to arrive at Cloud Portent Mountain and investigate on the spot. Only then will you be able to say for sure. Fu Inshu raised an eyebrow. If you weren't bragging, 80% chance is already very high. Since that's the case, let's go now. As Fu Inshu said this, her surroundings began to move despite there being no wind, streams of qi directly sweeping Yin Zhaoge. Ahu, Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing within. Yunsheng will naturally be going to the Cloud Portent Mountain as well. Sikong, why don't you come with us as well? You can use this opportunity to gain experience. I can also teach you martial arts along the way so that it won't affect your cultivation. That barrier of water surrounding the small island at the center of the Cloud Pavilion Lake leisurely descended, while Fu Inshu directly swept along Yin Zhaoge and the others, speeding off into the distance. Ahu stuck out his tongue, sending a sound transmission to Yin Zhaoge. Young master, isn't Elder Fu's swift and decisive actions a little too much? Acting as she pleases, leaving as she pleases. Yin Zhaoge rubbed the space between his brows. I rarely hear this now. I only heard someone mention it by chance before. In my father's generation, when they were young, there was actually a saying. Fu Inshu's thoughts, the skies of June, changing as she pleases. From the looks of it now, while she has grown in age, this senior apprentice Aunt Fu is still the same, acting as she pleases. Just get used to it, just get used to it, just get used to it, Yin Zhaoge grinned. We can also be considered to have come on a trip where she pleases. Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing were also slightly taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. While the former's thoughts were not as jumpy as Fu Inshu's, she also had a straightforward personality. Meanwhile, other than cultivating in the martial Dao, she didn't really care about anything else. The group was led by Fu Inshu, passing through the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, rushing towards the mountain region. Their first destination was the vast expanse ridge in the middle of the mountain range, and then the Cloud Portent Ridge in the east. Unlike the Heaven Domain, which was divided into 5 continents, the Mountain Domain was divided into territories. And because there were many mountain ranges and hills in the mountain region, the various territories were mostly divided and named according to the different mountain ranges in the mountain region. For example, the territory of the Mountain Domain's sacred ground, Infinite Boundless Mountain, was known as the Infinite Boundless Territory. The Cloud Portent Territory was the region where the Cloud Portent Mountain Range was located. The main peak that shared the same name as the mountain range was the Cloud Portent Mountain. The Cloud Omen Territory was located at the eastern end of the mountain region, and it was directly connected to the Thunder region to the east. The Earth region was located to the southeast, while the East Heaven region was located to the south, and the North Heaven region was located to the southwest. The Sealing Dragon Abyss originated from the Earth Domain, passed through the Heaven Domain's East Heaven continent, and then extended into the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent Territory. The Dark Blue River, which also originated from the Earth Domain, entered the Cloud Omen Territory first, and then the North Heaven continent of the Heaven Domain. Because of Cloud Portent Mountain and the giant spirit magnetite. While this place was located by the borders of the Mountain Domain, it was the area that Infinite Boundless Mountain valued the most, strictly guarding against the infiltration of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Heaven Domain's Broad Creed Mountain. After receiving news of Yin Zhaoge, Fu Inshu, and the others' arrival, Infinite Boundless Mountain did not tarry. Broad Creed Mountain had vaguely revealed that the matter concerned the giant spirit magnetite, and Infinite Boundless Mountain would naturally place great importance on it. However, whether it was Yin Zhaoge or Fu Inshu, they both acutely felt that Infinite Boundless Mountain's attitude seemed to be a little ambiguous. After the previous war of the Eastern Tang, the current situation of the world was indeed rather subtle. However, Yin Zhaoge could still more or less feel some abnormal signs. There's something strange, Yin Zhaoge muttered within his heart, but did not reveal anything on his face. Accompanied by Infinite Boundless Mountain experts, he headed to Cloud Portent Mountain together with Fu Inshu. And just as they were on their way to the Mountain Domain, Yin Zhaoge and the others received a piece of news that could definitely be considered grievous news for Broad Creed Mountain. In the third extreme Een bout, the Sacred Sun Clan disciple Meng Wan had undergone nirvanic rebirth like a fire phoenix amidst the darkness, domineeringly returning as a king, dominating all females as she had obtained the extreme Een crown, as though confirming Feng Yunxing's previous judgment. As long as nothing happened to her, Meng Wan was currently the strongest maiden of extreme Een. The sacred artifact, the extreme Een crown, had returned to the hands of the Sacred Sun Clan. The situation of the world instantly changed as a result. While the east-coming Marshal Saint Huang Guanglia had still yet to leave seclusion, the Sacred Sun Clan's previous predicament already no longer existed. Hearing this news, Yin Zhaoge glanced at Feng Yunxing. Feng Yunxing's expression was calm, not the slightest change in it. She also looked at Yin Zhaoge. On the one hand, Infinite Boundless Mountain had been seeking a solution. On the other hand, they had also begun to limit their internal mining. This way, it had naturally unknowingly slowed down their own development. If this problem could be resolved, and giant spirit magnetite could be mined in large amounts once more, Infinite Boundless Mountain would definitely enter a period of rapid development once more. Fu Inshu said mildly, "Our clan is extremely sincere. Your clan has no need to be so nervous." Elders will also had some understanding of Fu Inshu's personality. Hearing her words, he smiled slightly. If Broad Creed Mountain came here to cause trouble, that would be equivalent to completely pushing Infinite Boundless Mountain toward the Sacred Sun Clan side. However, he also had his own thoughts on this. Broad Creed Mountain definitely wouldn't come to help Infinite Boundless Mountain for no reason at all. Since it was a collaboration, both sides would each take what they needed. How much they took or how little they took would be a problem. Your clan says that you want to do an on-site investigation? Then, after you've settled down a little, follow me, Elders was said. Fu Inshu directly swiveled her head to look at Yin Zhaoge. Do you need a rest? Yin Zhaoge resisted the urge to roll his eyes, once more having a direct understanding of this senior apprentice aunt of his. I can do so any time. Fu Inshu nodded, swiveling her head to look at Elder Zhe. It's still early now. Let's go now. Elder Zhe and the other two Infinite Boundless Mountain Grand Elders exchanged glances, then all nodded. The magnetite elder who sat over Cloud Portent Mountain said, "Follow this old man." Arriving in the valley, the group directly descended into the vein. Feeling the flow of spiritual chi within, having specially entered the Pith region, Yin Zhaoge grew more and more certain. The mining method is too barbaric. Infinite Boundless Mountain's founder only obtained the giant spirit profound art, but didn't have a matching technique to specifically mine giant spirit magnetite. The mining method developed afterwards is simple and crude, unceasingly harming the pith of the vein. Yin Zhaoge had a plan, but a shadow also gradually surfaced in his heart. Other than us, there also seems to be someone else who is pondering on the problem of the recovery of the giant spirit magnetite vein. It doesn't seem like Infinite Boundless Mountain's own research, but rather has some of the flair of an ancient technique from before the Great Calamity. Ha! No wonder their attitude is so ambiguous. They indeed have other hopes, and therefore aren't too keen on my side. However, that side should also still be in the testing phase. Therefore, when we came over, they also didn't directly reject us. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering. However, on the surface, Yin Zhaoge still looked as though nothing had happened. Exiting the vein, Yin Zhaoge roamed the basin of the valley, feeling the spiritual chi flow there a step further. Why does it feel like there's a yang reversing chi that directly penetrates underground from the mountain? Frowning, Yin Zhaoge exited the valley, raising his head to gaze at Cloud Portent Mountain before him. Halfway up Cloud Portent Mountain, the light of fire shockingly flickered. Yin Zhaoge blinked. What the hell is this? Infinite Boundless Mountain burning their own mountain? Just as he was thinking, Ahu sped over, bringing back an unconscious person. Yin Zhaoge recognized him, as Zhao Ming's retainer. After waking him up, seeing Yin Zhaoge, the other party was instantly overjoyed. Chapter 123. That was the location of the source of the Yin-Yang cloud spring, a place of solitary yin and solitary yang. The spirit field that the Scarlet Rainbow sect rented to cultivate spirit herbs was right there. That retainer hurriedly said, "Fourth Prince and Miss Jing are both on the mountain." Infinite, boundless mountains people burned the Scarlet Rainbow sect's spirit fields, and Fourth Prince couldn't restrain himself any longer and made a move against them. Yin Zhaoge held his forehead. Unlike Zhao Yuan, Zhao Sheng, and the others, Zhao Ming's temper was more of the violent and impulsive type. The other party having burnt down Jing Yunji's family's spirit field, Zhao Ming was naturally unable to restrain his rage, no longer caring that he was actually currently in Infinite Boundless Mountains territory. Why would the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain burn the spirit fields of the Scarlet Rainbow sect? Yin Zhaoge asked straightforwardly. The retainer hesitated for a moment before replying truthfully. The Iron Yuan sect, a small and medium-sized force under the jurisdiction of Cloud Portent territory, has invaded the land of a manor nearby. The owner of the manor didn't comply, and the two parties had a conflict. During the conflict, the son of the owner of the manor injured the people of the Iron Yuan sect. The other party broke into the manor and wanted to kill to vent their anger. Ms. Jing passed by the manor and was once a guest there. She was an old acquaintance of the owner's family, so when she found out about the incident, she hurried over to save him. In the end, that Iron Yuan sect chief was acquainted with a disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain here and called for reinforcements, demanding that the Scarlet Rainbow sect hand over the person. Since the Fourth Prince and Miss Jing were unwilling to hand her over, it was convenient for them to burn down the spiritual fields. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly. On purpose, right? That retainer was greatly shocked. Young Master Yin, the Fourth Prince does not intend to become enemies with Infinite Boundless Mountain. It's just that I'm not talking about Zhao Ming and the others. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands, swiveling his head to look at Ahu. Go tell Senior Apprentice Saint Fu. Ahu scratched his head. Young Master, Infinite Boundless Mountain has 3 higher echelon bigwigs here, as well as quite a few martial grandmaster experts. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. This kind of small matter is still not enough to disturb people at the level of Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu and the others. Infinite Boundless Mountain will definitely have their subordinates deal with it first. I asked you to inform Uncle Master Fu so that he can understand the situation and be prepared. We're not afraid of alarming a big shot like them to deal with it. I'm rushing over now to prevent Zhao Ming from suffering a loss if the other party has an expert. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge strode forward, leading the way up the mountain. Standing at the entrance of the valley, Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing were currently discussing the martial arts that Fu Inshu had just imparted to them. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, they could not help but ask curiously, "Where are we going?" Yin Zhaoge pointed at the black smoke halfway up the mountain. There are some people of the same clan clashing with people of Infinite Boundless Mountain on the mountain. Let's go take a look. Exchanging glances, Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing both nodded, following behind Yin Zhaoge. On the mountain path, an Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner also appeared to obstruct them. There's been a change on the mountain. Halt. Yin Zhaoge said mildly. If I stop, your family's giant spirit magnetite vein will suffer a calamity. The other party was taken aback. The ore vein is at the foot of the mountain. Yin Zhaoge's footsteps did not halt as he instantly passed the other party. You cannot bear the responsibility. That Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner wanted to stop him, but felt a strong gust of wind assaulting him, directly suppressing the words he wanted to say back in his chest. He was completely unable to open his mouth at all, his figure also continuously retreating backwards. Not saying a word, Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing followed closely behind Yin Zhaoge, rushing up the mountain. Having arrived in the vicinity of the fire halfway up the mountain, Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept the area, seeing that amidst the thick smoke, there were currently people clashing. One of them was precisely Zhao Ming. His opponent was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a mid-outer aura martial scholar, but not of infinite, boundless mountains lineage. It could be assumed that he was the chief of the Iron Yuan sect. This middle-aged man was being suppressed by Zhao Ming, but there were quite a few people helping him to surround and attack Zhao Ming from the side. Zhao Ming's broad creed mountain martial arts were far more profound than his opponents. Even being surrounded and attacked from all sides, he was still able to handle it with ease, even being able to protect a small boy. It was just that Zhao Ming was entangled to the point where he was hard-pressed to extricate himself. His expression was a little anxious as he looked to the side. There, a girl was currently clashing with an infinite, boundless mountain disciple. That girl was precisely a fellow disciple of Yin Zhaoge, Si Kongqing, and the others, Zhao Ming's lover, Jing Yunji. The two were both in the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm. One executed broad creed mountains martial arts, the other infinite, boundless mountains martial arts, but in the end, it was Jing Yunji who was being suppressed. From the looks of it, there actually seemed to be a feeling of danger all around. Yin Zhaoge carefully analyzed for a moment, remembering the intelligence reports he had once seen in the clan, recognizing that the other party seemed to be called Ho Xiang, a genius of infinite, boundless mountain who had recently risen to prominence. In the vicinity of the fire where they were clashing, there were already a few corpses lying on the ground. From their clothes, they were all on Zhao Ming's and Jing Yunji's side. Glancing at them, Yin Zhaoge directly said, "Junior apprentice sister Sikong, help junior apprentice sister Jing. Junior apprentice sister Feng, help junior apprentice brother Zhao." Feng Yunsheng stroked the hilt of her saber. Not waiting for her to ask, Yin Zhaoge directly waved his hands. "Murderers pay with their lives." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge waved his sleeve, sweeping up gusts of strong wind, blowing away the dense smoke of the blazing fire before him, first extinguishing the flames. On the other side, not saying a word, Si Kongqing unsheathed her sword, a cold light flickering as she directly replaced Jing Yunji, clashing with that infinite, boundless mountain, disciple Ho Xiang. Feng Yunsheng was even less courteous, brandishing her saber, the winds and clouds changing color as a violent saber directly forced back the people surrounding Zhao Ming. With a long howl, Zhao Ming brandished the sword within his hands, sword shadows floating, resembling 7 stars streaking across the sky as he focused fully on dealing with that middle-aged man of the outer aura stage, attacking until his back was drenched in sweat. That infinite, boundless mountain, disciple Ho Xiang was greatly enraged. People of Broad Creed Mountain, daring to be so arrogant in our clan's territory? Dispersing the blazing fire, not even turning his head, Yin Zhaoge said casually, "Those who died here all died from wounds inflicted by saber or sword. You are barehanded, obviously not a murderer, so you can rest easy. You don't have to pay with your life." Ho Xiang's chest felt stifled as he looked at Yin Zhaoge and laughed coldly. "Today, I've really broadened my horizons. I've never seen someone who comes to ask for help so arrogant. I know who you are and also know what you've come to our mountain domain for. But you don't seem to be quite clear-headed. Now, it is your Broad Creed Mountain who has a request for my infinite, boundless mountain. With the extreme Een crown in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, and their east-coming martial saint not leaving seclusion. Just based on these 2 sacred artifacts, your Broad Creed Mountain will not be able to stand against them alone." Ho Xiang was not old, still looking to be less than 20, having cultivated to the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm, which was rather rare. What was even rarer was that he was skilled, not falling into a disadvantageous position in his clash with Si Kongqing, attacking and defending, his movements orderly. He laughed coldly as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. "Coming to my infinite, boundless mountain, to put it bluntly, is to ask for reinforcements, wanting our clan to resist the pressure of the Sacred Sun clan together with you. In the battle of the Eastern Tang earlier, if not for our clan standing by the side and helping the Sacred Sun clan, even if you joined forces with Jade Sea City, victory and defeat might still have been uncertain. It's the same now. Jade Sea City has lost the extreme Een crown, also being held back by the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If our clan helps your Broad Creed Mountain, you need not fear the Sacred Sun clan. If our clan helps the Sacred Sun clan, your Broad Creed Mountain will immediately be finished. Chapter 124. Yin Zhaoge couldn't be bothered with Ho Xiang at all as he shook his head rather amusedly. The extreme Yin crown having fallen into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, it is possible for your infinite boundless mountain to not help either side. But to help the Sacred Sun clan, there really must be a hole in your brain. Being willing to be someone else's vassal is another matter altogether. Otherwise, if the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain all have the same level of experience as you, they would never be able to rise up. Seeing Sikong Qing replace Jing Yunji and fight with Ho Xiang, Zhao Ming immediately heaved a sigh of relief. With his worries gone, and with Feng Yunxing's help to clear up the disturbances around him, he immediately pounced on his opponent like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. As Yin Zhaoge extinguished the fire, he scanned the entire area. Looking around, Yin Zhaoge's attention fell on the child that Zhao Ming had been protecting earlier. It was a boy who was only a little over 10 years old. He looked a little dazed, as if he was mentally unsound. He knelt beside a man and shook the man's arm. "Daddy, Daddy?" Yin Zhaoge knit his brows slightly. With just a single glance, he knew that the man on the ground was already dead. Seeing that the man was ignoring him, the boy stood up shakily and walked to the side, turning a blind eye to the flashes of swords around him. He came to a woman's side and shook the woman's arm. "Mother, mother?" Yin Zhaoge sighed to himself. This child was an orphan. The boy looked around blankly, his eyes still filled with confusion, as if he did not understand why his parents were ignoring him. Jing Yunji was replaced by Sikong Qing. She came to the boy's side, her gaze also somewhat unable to bear it. Looking at the other corpses on the ground, her eyes once again surged with fury. Other than the boy's family, the other victims were all the stewards of the Scarlet Rainbow sect's medicinal field. Jing Yunji shouted and joined the battle with Zhao Ming, killing the warriors of the Iron Yuan sect together with Feng Yunsheng. The middle-aged man at the middle stage of physical invulnerability was the sect leader of the Iron Yuan sect, who had led his men to cause trouble. At this moment, facing Broad Creed Mountain's direct disciple Zhao Ming, even though their cultivation bases were the same, he was still quickly defeated. He called out to Ho Xiang, "Save!" Before he could finish his words, Zhao Ming's sword had already pierced forward. Just at this moment, a cold snort suddenly resounded from the distance, killing people in the territory of my infinite boundless mountain. A powerful gust of stellar energy soared through the air, ferocious and forceful. It was like a mountain-splitting axe cleaving towards Zhao Ming. It was obvious that the other party had not used his full strength, but this axe strike was something that Zhao Ming could not block. If he took it, even if he did not die, he would be heavily injured. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he substituted a sword with his finger, stabbing out. 7 streams of stellar energy condensed into swords, like the convergence of 7 stars, and intercepted the huge axe. The 7 streaks of sword chi landed on the huge axe made of stellar energy at different speeds, but they didn't destroy it. Instead, they easily deflected the huge axe's trajectory. Seeing this, Zhao Ming did not stop and pierced through the chest of the Iron Yuan sect leader. The middle-aged man widened his eyes and fell to the ground. The last image he saw was of the woman who had died by his hands. She was now lying on the ground with her eyes wide open and the simple-minded boy beside her. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's vision turned pitch black, and he breathed his last. After sweeping through the enemies present, Feng Yunsheng, Zhao Ming, and Jing Yunji gathered by Yin Zhaoge's side. Yin Zhaoge said, "I've come late. Junior apprentice sister Jing, please restrain your grief. Junior apprentice brother Zhao, we will slowly catch up later." Zhao Ming nodded cautiously, his gaze focused straight into the distance. That direction was precisely the direction from which the huge axe of Orochi had come. There was also a group of people rushing over from the foot of the mountain. Gazing into the distance, Yin Zhaoge saw that the person in the lead had an indistinct spiritual light above his head that shot towards the horizon. Not concealing it at all, he was shockingly a Xiantian martial scholar. The other party looked to be around 26 or 27, his face cold and stern, his figure tall. He was dressed in black, a mountain peak embroidered on his lapel. It was the attire of a core, direct disciple of infinite boundless mountain. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, the newcomer's gaze instantly hardened. Yin Zhaoge glanced at him calmly, similarly recognizing him. Ji Hanru, one of the leading figures of infinite boundless mountain's younger generation. He could be considered to be around the same age as Lu Wen and Xiao Shun, being slightly older than the two of them. In the Eight Extremities world, the name of the small mountain lord Ji Hanru was similarly like thunder to the ears, being an elite of the younger generation. Several years ago, Ji Hanru had battled with the descendant of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Thunder Rumbling Young Master. The Thunder Rumbling Young Master was the only son of a bigwig elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, one of the four young masters alongside the broad creed young master Yin Zhaoge and the world-illuminating young master Huang Jie. Ji Hanru fought him to a draw in the past, establishing his position as one of the top powerhouses of the younger generation. Earlier, when he had just arrived at Cloud Portent Mountain, Yin Zhaoge had already met him once. He knew that Ji Hanru just happened to be in the vicinity of the Cloud Portent Mountain to temper himself, coincidentally also being at Cloud Portent Mountain. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Ji Hanru said coldly, "Killing people in Cloud Portent Mountain, is this the way of your Broad Creed Mountain as a guest?" Yin Zhaoge raised his chin slightly, indicating for Ji Hanru to look at Ho Xiang, who was still in the midst of clashing with Sikong Qing. The Scarlet Rainbow sect is a clan of my heaven domain, and junior apprentice sister Jing is a disciple of our clan. Renting your infinite, boundless mountains' spirit fields for cultivation has never been short of your offerings and contributions. When our clan came to visit, your infinite, boundless mountain disciple connived at others to burn down the spirit fields here. This is how your infinite, boundless mountain treats its guests. In terms of attitude towards Broad Creed Mountain, infinite, boundless mountain was divided internally. And as Yin Zhaoge knew, of the younger generation, Ji Hanru belonged to the faction that didn't have a good impression of Broad Creed Mountain. Therefore, towards Ji Hanru, Yin Zhaoge similarly didn't have a good expression. Looking at Ji Hanru, Yin Zhaoge was expressionless. Or is it to say that you all had a mind to do this? Ji Hanru said indifferently, "I know what you have come here for, but that is not what you can rely on to be unbridled and unbridled. Your 1,000 reasons, all of them cannot change a single fact. This is Cloud Portent Mountain, the territory of my infinite boundless mountain. Whatever happened, our clan has its own rules and will handle things according to them. Your Broad Creed Mountain overstepped their bounds, even killing people on the spot. Do you treat my infinite boundless mountain as non-existent?" Yin Zhaoge chortled. "Just now, when we truly needed you to appear, you indeed did not exist." Ji Hanru's entire body's aura-chi surged as he strode forward, the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners behind him also doing the same. "All those who have killed people, capture them all, and hand them over to our clan seniors and elders to deal with. Yin Zhaoge, I don't have the mood to argue with you. Your name has been very famous recently, but I wonder how much true ability and knowledge you have. I, Ji Hanru, have never believed in rumors. I only believe in my own eyes and fists." Saying thus, he punched out, his fist heavy as a mountain. Not even looking, Yin Zhaoge met it with a palm. As his palm struck out, it resembled the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. Aura-chi that resembled flames condensed on Yin Zhaoge's palm, meeting Ji Hanru's fist head-on. Ji Hanru laughed coldly. "Meeting me head-on? Of the 6 great sacred grounds, infinite boundless mountains martial arts were famed for their heavy momentum. A fist that was heavy as a mountain, with an unstoppable momentum, wanted to destroy Yin Zhaoge's Tishita palm. However, with a flick of his wrist, Yin Zhaoge's power suddenly skyrocketed madly, instantly erupting. Since we can't come to an agreement, then we'll fight. So what if I meet you head-on?" Within the Tishita palm, the essence of the mighty ape demonic fist was integrated. The sudden, explosive power shook the heavens and shook the earth. Chapter 125. Jihanru's expression, which had always been calm, finally changed slightly. Sucking in a deep breath, he roared in a heavy tone, "Open!" Following his will, a change suddenly occurred in Jihanru's fist. That dense, vigorous aura chi actually emanated a feeling of spirituality. It was as if atop a towering mountain, there were plants growing, flowers blooming. In the eyes of others, Jihanru's fist that resembled a mountain no longer seemed so illusory and stiff, instead having a feeling of being real. As Jihanru punched over, it was as if a mountain peak had really appeared before everyone's eyes. The mountain peak toppled, the pressure of Mount Tai causing one's heart to palpitate. Having spirituality developed in their aura chi, this was the true embodiment of an early Xiantian martial scholar's power. Jihanru was also a proud person, facing the late outer aura martial scholar Yin Zhaoge. While he had previously heard that Yin Zhaoge had consecutively defeated Chao Yuanlong and Xiao Shun, Jihanru had still not exerted his full strength, instead wanted to have a proper match with Yin Zhaoge, who knew that Yin Zhaoge would really be ferocious, meeting Jihanru's iron fist head-on, without dodging or avoiding. What Jihanru found even harder to accept was that the one at a disadvantage was him. In a head-on clash, Yin Zhaoge clearly held the advantage. His infinite boundless mountains martial Dao, whether in attack or defense, was most proficient in head-on clashes. Thoughts flashing at lightning speed, Jihanru no longer dared to hold anything back, immediately bringing out his true abilities. The spirituality of his aura chi manifested, his fist heavy and majestic, also naturally agile, as Jihanru forcibly stopped the declining momentum of his divine mountain fist. However, at the same time, a red light flashed on Yin Zhaoge's face. Wind fire calamity. Under Yin Zhaoge's fist, he exerted force 3 times consecutively, the explosive power coming wave after wave. The terrifying explosive power seemed limitless as it unceasingly rose one peak after another. Yin Zhaoge's palm was completely purplish red, the Tashita palm speciality in breaking through his enemy's aura chi being displayed to the point of perfection, forcibly breaking through Jihanru's layers of aura chi, his palm pressing down on Jihanru's fist. An explosive sound resounded in the air, as though heavy objects had collided. Jihanru's fist trembled uncontrollably. Not moving his right hand, Jihanru raised his left palm, chopping down towards Yin Zhaoge. Not moving his right hand, Jihanru raised his left palm, chopping down towards Yin Zhaoge. Astral energy condensed, vigorous and domineering to the extreme. Jihanru's palm struck down like a giant spirit god brandishing a giant axe that could split the heavens. With a swing of the axe, even the towering mountains in front of him were split in half. Seeing all of Jihanru's actions, Yin Zhaoge let out a long laugh. The Tashita palm of Yin Zhaoge's left hand did not change as it pressed on a Jihanru's right fist, while the index and middle fingers of Yin Zhaoge's own right hand formed a sword, the Big Dipper sword appearing once more. The heavenly reflection of the jade pearl, which had reached the pinnacle, struck Jihanru's weakest point. The Tashita palm in his left hand was as violent as fire, while the 7-star sword in his right hand was light and graceful. Yin Zhaoge simultaneously executed 2 martial arts, one hard and one soft, both worthy of praise. Jihanru's 5 needles heaven-splitting axe came to a halt in midair. During this pause, Yin Zhaoge continued exerting force with his left palm. Amidst the roar, the sound of something shattering seemed to ring in the ears of the surrounding people. Jihanru's figure retreated with a loud bang. Having gained the upper hand, Yin Zhaoge immediately leapt into the air, his finger like the tip of a sword, pointing straight at Jihanru. His astral energy condensed into a sword, a green light vaguely flickering on it as the roar of a dragon resounded. A variation of the coiling dragon sleeve, cloud rising soaring dragon, was executed, instantly arriving before Jihanru. Jihanru's right hand was currently numb. Having lost the initiative, he decisively brought his left palm horizontally before his chest. Countless layers of astral energy condensed, merging as one, giving off a feeling that there were no flaws at all. Infinite, boundless mountains, direct lineage, great chaotic elements, palm. Perhaps it was clumsy, perhaps not easy to cultivate in. However, in terms of frontal defense in the current eight extremities world, Infinite, boundless mountain was one of the best. The great chaotic elements palm was precisely its essence. Even though he had lost the initiative, even though he was unable to use his right hand, Jihanru steeled his heart to defend like this, his palms seemingly sealed, instantly causing Yin Zhaoga's cloud, rising soaring dragon, to be hard-pressed to succeed. There are no invincible martial arts, only invincible people. As Yin Zhaoga said slowly, his sword's momentum suddenly changed. 7 sword silhouettes shooting through the air, resembling the 7 stars of the Big Dipper as they converged together. The sword silhouettes formed a single line, their power suddenly condensed to the maximum, concentrated at a single point. Yin Zhaoga's arm shook, resembling a heavenly dragon flipping its body. The sword intent of the coiling dragon sleeve and the sword intent of the Big Dipper sword, at this moment, seemed to have merged as one. Dragon riding, 7 stars. Iron hammers could not break through cowhide, but cowhide could be pierced through by sharp steel nails. This sword of Yin Zhaoga's condensed power to the extreme shockingly pierced through the defenses of Jihanru's great chaotic elements palm. Jihanru's right hand finally regained feeling, as he managed to block Yin Zhaoga's sword in time. However, his right hand, which had originally already been somewhat injured, was injured once more. Jihanru stumbled backward step by step. After this sword, Yin Zhaoga did not continue attacking, instead leisurely standing with his hands behind his back, raising his head to look towards the sky. There, the air shook mightily, as a few figures walked out from within. It was precisely Fu Enshu and a group of infinite boundless mountain bigwigs. Jihanru's face turned slightly green. Although he still had many techniques that he had not used, in just a few short exchanges earlier, as a Xiantian martial scholar, he had actually been suppressed by the outer aura Yin Zhaoga. This was not a late outer aura martial scholar fighting a mid-outer aura martial scholar, but an early Xiantian martial scholar fighting a late outer aura martial scholar. The gap between the two cultivation levels was even greater than that between the early outer aura martial scholar and the mid-outer aura martial scholar, or between the late outer aura martial scholar and the late outer aura martial scholar. The group of infinite boundless mountain disciples behind him also looked on in shock at this scene before them. In the past year and a half, there had been many rumors regarding Yin Zhaoga, and his fame in the eight extremities world had also been growing more and more resounding. However, hearing rumors and personally witnessing and experiencing it for themselves were naturally completely different, especially when the Yin Zhaoga before them was even more ferocious than in the rumors. A late outer aura martial scholar, forcibly attacking head-on, suppressing an early Xiantian martial scholar, the heavens favored son of infinite boundless mountains younger generation, Jihanru, who was most proficient in head-on attacks. Jihanru had clearly been the first to forcibly attack, but in an instant, he had been reduced to only being able to passively defend. And what was even more embarrassing was that he had not even been able to defend against it. Seeing this scene, infinite boundless mountains Elderswa, the magnetite elder, and the others also frowned slightly. Fu Enshu, on the other hand, had a smile on her face. She was clearly in a good mood. Even the gaze with which she looked at Yin Zhaoga now contained a rarely seen benevolence and gratification of a senior. While Elders's expression seemed calm, his gaze was currently on Yin Zhaoga. The magnetite elder and another infinite boundless mountain martial grandmaster, seemingly intentionally yet unintentionally, surrounded Fu Enshu. Seeing their 3 martial grandmaster experts standing together with Fu Enshu alone, the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners instantly felt much more at ease. No matter what, here at Cloud Portent Mountain, they had more experts. Fu Inshu was not Yindi. In the current situation, even if Yin Zhaoge was a dragon, he would have to lie down. Even if he was a tiger, he would have to lie down. What was laughable was that while he had fought to his heart's content earlier, with so many experts of infinite boundless mountain present, he would immediately have to repay his debt. Towards their gazes, Yin Zhaoge completely ignored them. Facing Elder Zhua, who was glaring at him like a tiger, he was also neither flustered nor flustered as he greeted him courteously. Seniors, this Yin did not fail in his mission. I have already extinguished the fire, successfully preventing the arsonist from further damaging the giant spirit magnetite vein. Chapter 126. Yin Zhaoge's expression was firm, as he was neither flustered nor flustered. Whether a young man was confident or just bluffing, it was not hard for Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial grandmasters to discern. Elderswood didn't say anything. The mystic stone elder frowned again. As for Infinite Boundless Mountain's longtime elder Shan Sherwin, the one with the highest cultivation base of the three who had accompanied Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu over from Infinite Boundless Mountain, his expression eased slightly. Shan Sherwin looked at Yin Zhaoge. "What did you just say?" Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. This place is close to the source of the yin-yang cloud spring. If a great fire were to be lit, the fire chi would affect the balance of yin and yang within the spring. The water vein of the yin-yang cloud goes straight to the foot of the cloud portent mountain and connects with the earth vein. During this period of time, the balance of the energy vein will change, and it will affect the spiritual chi of the earth vein surrounding the entire cloud portent mountain. To martial artists of my generation, the effects in this area are not obvious. But to the giant spirit magnetite, which has already been damaged, the slightest change in the surrounding environment will have an effect. Yin Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. Coincidentally, as the fire chi entered the ground, the spiritual chi of the earth veins automatically adjusted itself, originally tending to become more yin cold, neutralizing the external fire chi. And the earth veins lean towards the cold, which will further damage the marrow of the giant spirit magnetite vein. The crowd of Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners, whether at a loss or unconvinced, wanted to rebuke Yin Zhaoge, but due to the presence of their clan seniors, they didn't dare to act rashly. Jihanru knit his brows tightly as he gazed at Yin Zhaoge. Shan Sherwin and elders didn't say anything, but the magnetite elder opened his mouth and asked in a low voice. The earth veins lean towards yin and cold. Will it harm the giant spirit magnetite vein? To Infinite Boundless Mountain, giant spirit magnetite was one of the most important resources, virtually accompanying the entire history of Infinite Boundless Mountain's development and rise to prominence. Infinite Boundless Mountain naturally had an in-depth understanding of giant spirit magnetite. As the first seed elder, the magnetite elder was specifically responsible for keeping watch over the giant spirit magnetite vein in Cloud Portent Mountain. His knowledge of giant spirit magnetite was one of the top few in the entire Infinite Boundless Mountain. Yin Zhaoge's words surpassed what he knew, but combined with what he knew of the situation, he vaguely felt that it made sense. With the matter at stake, the magnetite elder did not directly and arbitrarily reprimand Yin Zhaoge. However, the doubt in his tone could not be any more obvious. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "The giant spirit magnetite stoutly stores essence, its spiritual chi vigorous as one, not seeming to be involved in the separation of yin and yang. However, in the process of the birth of such spirit stones, there is a process of yin and yang merging. The reason why your clan's two mines in Infinite Boundless Mountain and here have successively dried up is because your method of mining giant spirit magnetite is to violently excavate with the power of masculinity. In order to deal with this external yang heat, the vein where the mine is located produces its own yin cold to neutralize it. In the long run, as time passes, the cold yin energy will damage the marrow of the mine, so the giant spirit magnetite produced by the mine will become less and less, until it finally dried up. Yin Zhaoge spoke frankly with assurance, smooth and organized, You might have discovered the changes in yin and yang in the surrounding spiritual chi of your vein, but not understanding the principles behind giant spirit magnetite, you did not connect it to this aspect. At this point, not only the Mystic Stone Elder, but Sean Sherwing and Elderswa also fell into deep thought. After a while, Elderswa asked, "But how do you know about these things?" Yin Zhaoga smiled. "I have let seniors see a joke. Ever since young, I have been fond of miscellaneous studies, liking to consult ancient texts and study ancient characters, especially being fascinated by the legacies of before the Great Calamity. In the past, because of this, I even somewhat delayed my cultivation in the martial Tao, causing the seniors of my clan to be rather dissatisfied. Saying this might be a little offensive, but seniors should all know that the Giant Spirit Profound art was not created by your clan's founder. One of the foundations of Infinite Boundless Mountain, its core martial art, the Giant Spirit Profound art, was a martial scripture that had existed before the Great Calamity. Infinite Boundless Mountain's founder had obtained a remnant portion of it, researching and cultivating in it, perfecting and deriving it, finally forming the current Giant Spirit Profound art. A considerable number of martial scriptures of the current Eight Extremities world had come from this way, just that the Giant Spirit Profound art that Infinite Boundless Mountain's founder had obtained back then was comparatively more complete. Therefore, the current Giant Spirit Profound art was also more similar to the ancient chapters of before the Great Calamity. Infinite Boundless Mountain had never denied this point. Sean Sherwing directly nodded. "That's right." He looked at Yin Zhaoga. "The meaning of your words is that you have obtained the complete Giant Spirit Profound art of before the Great Calamity?" Yin Zhaoga shook his head. "Naturally not. Sorting through the ancient texts, what I obtained was some information regarding the Giant Spirit clan of before the Great Calamity. Before the Great Calamity, there had been a powerful power known as the Giant Spirit clan. The Giant Spirit Profound art had once been a martial art of the Giant Spirit clan." Yin Zhaoga said, "Before the Great Calamity, those of the Giant Spirit clan who cultivated in the Giant Spirit Profound art had already begun to make use of Giant Spirit magnetite. Amongst them, they also naturally had their own research regarding the Giant Spirit magnetite vein. Daring to recommend myself to come to this cloud portent mountain, I naturally wouldn't speak without thinking, speaking without thinking." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. "The damage caused by the cold yin qi to the Giant Spirit magnetite vein is accumulated over a long period of time. Normally, it would not be obvious, but now that the pith of the vein has already been damaged, even a slight change would actually be very obvious. Your clan's people didn't realize this problem before, or perhaps didn't pay attention to it. However, now that they're already aware of it, entering the pith of the vein and carefully inspecting it, I believe that they will discover that what I said is not false." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoga smiled and kept his mouth shut, his hands behind his back as he stood silently where he was. The magnetite elder was silent for a moment before he said in a heavy tone, "I'll go down and take a look." Sean Sherwing nodded lightly. Jihanru and the other Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples all felt a little awkward for a moment. They hoped that the truth would prove that Yin Zhaoga was speaking nonsense. Otherwise, they would really lose a lot of face this time. The person who had set the fire to the point of endangering the Giant Spirit magnetite vein was related to their clan. Broad Creed Mountain's people had instead become the ones who had helped to put out the fire. Their own clan having been beaten up earlier, not only had they suffered for nothing, they instead had to thank and apologize to the other party. Being slapped, and still having to smile apologetically, this was already not something that could be described with just the word aggrieved. Elders was stared at Yin Zhaoga. "If it is really as you say, our clan will first thank your clan for your great kindness. However, with such a secret, no one knows of it. The person who set the fire was also in a situation where they were unaware. Rules cannot be broken lightly. Matters that occur within the territory of my Infinite Boundless Mountain naturally have our clan's rules to deal with them. Why have we ever needed others to interfere and do it for us?" Yin Zhaoga said calmly. "If there was enough time, I would also like to wait for Infinite Boundless Mountain's senior apprentice brothers to rush over to deal with it. Time is pressing, and we have been presumptuous. Elder's eyes narrowed, as Fu Inshu glanced at him from the side. Zhucheng, are you looking for trouble? If you want to shed all pretenses of cordiality, then let's have a proper talk. Just having arrived here, there's already someone causing trouble. Is all this really just a coincidence? Fu Inshu's brows gradually rose. Do you take me for a fool, or do you think that my Broad Creed Mountain is easy to bully? Infinite Boundless Mountain's elder's expression was heavy. Fu Inshu. Not waiting for him to finish, Shan Sherwing raised his palm, saying slowly, everything shall wait for the magnetite to return before we speak. Elder Zhua glanced at Shan Sherwing, who met his gaze calmly. The seemingly old Shan Sherwing, who rarely expressed his opinions, was the one with the highest cultivation base and seniority amongst the three bigwigs of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Elders were attracted his gaze, falling silent. But a moment later, the magnetite elder had already returned, his expression grave as he nodded toward Shan Sherwing and Elder Zhua. Without needing to speak, just looking at his expression, the other Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners all felt the world before their eyes go dark. Chapter 127. Yin Zhaoge stood composedly where he was, gazing elsewhere. Over there, Si Kongqing and Ho Xiang were shockingly still fighting. The two of them fought with all their might, to the extent that they acted as if there was no one else around. They might have noticed the arrival of Fu Inshu, Shan Sherwing, Zhu Zhonglao, and the others, but they did not stop. The battle was too intense, to the extent that whoever retreated first might be injured by the other. Si Kongqing and the other person could only focus on the competition. If they wanted to interrupt their competition, only someone with a higher cultivation could intervene. As soon as Fu Inshu and the others arrived, they naturally first paid attention to Yin Zhaoge and Ji Hanru. Afterwards, when Yin Zhaoge mentioned that the blazing fire had affected the flow of spiritual qi in the earth veins and damaged the giant spirit magnetite vein, it was too shocking. As a result, no one had interfered with Si Kongqing and Ho Xiang. Fu Inshu looked at the battle with a look of relish. Elder Zhua and the other Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners were all silent for a time, instead beginning to focus on the competition between the two inner aura martial scholars. From a certain point of view, they also valued the things that had been displayed in this competition. Ho Xiang was Infinite Boundless Mountain's young genius who had recently risen to prominence, rarely meeting a match amongst those of the same age, leading the pack. Previously, Broad Creed Mountain's Jing Yunji was older than him, but had only been in the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm like him. In actual combat, she had been forced into a perilous situation by Ho Xiang. Now, however, there was a young girl who might be even younger than Ho Xiang who could stand against it. This naturally caused the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain to secretly take note of it. Without a doubt, this was yet another rising peak genius of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Those of Infinite Boundless Mountain were all paying close attention, because Yin Zhaoge's performance just now had really been too breathtaking. An outer aura late-stage martial scholar fighting against an early-stage Xiantian martial scholar had vaguely crossed a huge gap in strength. In all fairness, Ji Hanru had still underestimated his opponent a little, not going all out when he had first made his move, allowing Yin Zhaoge to seize the upper hand instead. By the time he realized that something was wrong, having fallen into a disadvantageous position, he was already hard-pressed to reverse the situation. In the end, he was completely suppressed by Yin Zhaoge's relentless chain of attacks. In the end, even with the full force of the great chaotic element's palm defending, it was still broken through by Yin Zhaoge. While Ji Hanru had lost rather miserably, Yin Zhaoge's victory had not been a fluke because he had always appeared to be at ease, making it hard for others to estimate exactly how powerful he was. The Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples could argue that Ji Hanru had not used his full strength, but who could be sure that Yin Zhaoge had not? Of course, thinking of this, everyone felt even more terrified of Yin Zhaoge's strength. It was one thing for Shan Sherwing and the other higher echelon bigwigs to observe the battle between Si Kongqing and Ho Xiang just to avoid awkwardness, at the same time gauging the strength of Broad Creed Mountain's new generation disciples. The younger infinite boundless mountain disciples, on the other hand, were paying close attention to the battle situation, practically even more nervous than Ho Xiang himself in the midst of the battle, urgently hoping that Ho Xiang could defeat Sikong Qing and regain some ground for infinite boundless mountain. A portion of Yin Zhaoge's attention, however, fell on that young boy. He didn't forget that Zhao Ming's retainer had mentioned that the son of the owner of the manor had injured the people of the Iron Yuan sect. The Tai Yuan sect was here for the son of the owner of the manor. Of the victims in the medicinal field, not counting those wearing the robes of the Scarlet Rainbow sect, the others were all people of the manor. Amongst them, the boy's parents were dressed the most luxuriously. Yin Zhaoge even saw a damaged high-grade combat artifact beside the man's corpse. For a small family to possess a high-grade combat artifact, it could be said to be extremely rare. Looking at that boy again, while he had a simple and silly look on his face, his clothes also stained with dust and mud, no longer as clean as before, it could still be seen that his background was different from that of an ordinary person. There was a 90% chance that this child and his parents were the family of the owner of the manor. Then the problem arose. A child who was only around 10 years old like this, being able to injure a martial practitioner of the Iron Yuan sect? Even if they wanted to frame him, this was also a little too unreliable. Unless this child really was extraordinary. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he held the child's hand, feeling his pulse, carefully checking the condition of the boy's body. The boy raised his head to look blankly at Yin Zhaoge, before lowering his head to look at his parents. This child. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he asked gently, "Child, what is your name?" While the boy felt a little silly, it could be seen that his parents had always been teaching him diligently. Hearing his words, he answered dazedly, "Han Long?" As he raised his head to answer Yin Zhaoge's question, Yin Zhaoge focused on his eyes, his gaze seemingly wanting to peer into Han Longer's mind. Han Longer shook his head. After answering his name, he lowered his head once more. "Good fella, I even thought that I had made a mistake just now. From the looks of it now, I didn't make a mistake." Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, glancing at Jihan Ru and the others from the corner of his eyes. "Just you wait to regret it so much that you'll be knocking your heads against the mountain, knocking down the infinite boundless cloud portent." Standing by Yin Zhaoge's side, Feng Yinsheng, Zhao Ming, and Jing Yunji also did not notice Yin Zhaoge's abnormality, instead focusing on the sparring Sikong Qing and Ho Xiang. "Junior apprentice sister Sikong's style is indeed the same as yours, both clashing head-on with those of infinite boundless mountain Ah." After watching for a while, Zhao Ming said to Yin Zhaoge somewhat admiringly. Beside him, Jing Yunji nodded, also having a look of admiration on her face. The current 6 great sacred grounds all had their own complete martial arts systems, encompassing all aspects. Compared to the other first-rate and second-rate powers, the martial arts of the sacred grounds possessed an all-round advantage in most areas, overlooking the entire world. However, between sacred grounds, there would more or less always be a comparison of your strengths and mind weaknesses, with each having their own unique styles. Infinite Boundless Mountain was famed for its heavy momentum, being tough and vigorous. Its attacks were like the pressure of Mount Tai, toppling mountains and overturning seas, crushing head-on with a powerful force that caused one to feel despair. Its principles were as firm as a boulder, impenetrable as gold, causing one to feel as though they were facing a towering mountain that was hard to surmount. The martial practitioners of Infinite Boundless Mountain were most proficient in head-on attacks, clashing head-on. Generally speaking, very few people would be able to gain an advantage over Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners in a head-on clash. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge's victory just now had especially caused Jihan Ru and the others to feel extremely embarrassed. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but what caused the expressions of the Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples to be a little bad was that Sikong Qing had also used the same method, meeting offense with offense, clashing head-on with Ho Xiang. Looking first at Sikong Qing, then at Yin Zhaoge, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of Feng Yinsheng's mouth. Yin Zhaoge tilted his head. "It's definitely nothing good." It's just that when I was adventuring in the outside world previously, I heard those people from first-rate and second-rate powers privately making up a jingle about our 6 great sacred grounds. Feng Yinsheng didn't beat around the bush as she laughed openly. I originally felt that it made some sense, but seeing you and senior apprentice sister Sikong now, I feel that it's very different. Chapter 128. Not just Yin Zhaoge, even Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji felt curious as well. While paying attention to the battle situation on Sikong Qing's side, they also pricked up their ears. Feng Yunsheng said, "Let me say this first. It's not very pleasant to hear." Yin Zhaoge and the others all laughed. The 6 great sacred grounds stood high up above, bringing immense pressure to the first and second-rate powers beneath them like great mountains. If there were any good things, the 6 great holy lands would definitely be the first to share them. It was normal for the others to complain a little. Feng Yinsheng didn't beat around the bush and directly announced the answer. Broad Creed Mountain's bandits, the great solar wilderness, rushing to reincarnate into the heavenly thunder hall, the smelly and tough infinite boundless mountain. Of the slippery turbid wave pavilion, Jade Sea City is the most vicious. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge and the others all had strange expressions on their faces, before they all burst out laughing in unison after a while. "You don't say. Your summary is quite on point." Zhao Ming shook his head with a smile. Jing Yunji, who was beside him, also couldn't help but laugh. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, Broad Creed Mountain was the most comprehensive, possessing martial arts of all types and styles. Just from a style alone, it was very difficult to find an existence that could completely counter Broad Creed Mountain. When the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain clashed with others, their style was also the most variable. Someone had once said, "It is hard for a man to subdue Broad Creed Mountain, but easy for Broad Creed to subdue a man." Wanting to use style to counter Broad Creed Mountain's martial arts was very difficult, but if Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners were sufficiently profound and extensive, they could change their style to counter their opponents. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Broad Creed Mountain's martial arts became the representation of craftiness, being extremely crafty as they specifically targeted the weak points of their opponents, artificially creating a situation where the strong bullied the weak. Situations like Yin Zhaoge, just now, and Sikong Qing, now clashing head-on with their opponent's strong points, were instead rare. The Sacred Sun Clan's martial arts focused on aura and not on moves, wild and unrestrained, not conforming to common sense, making it hard for one to predict and analyze it. Therefore, some people secretly criticized it. It was clearly an ultimate technique of the Holy Land, but no matter how they looked at it, it seemed like a wild fox meditation. The martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were sharp in their attacks, their style even more tyrannical and swift than that of the Sacred Sun Clan, resembling flashing lightning and rumbling thunder. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, the Heavenly Thunder Hall placed the greatest emphasis on speed. Also, the martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall rarely walked the extreme path amongst the 6 great sacred grounds. If one were to say that the martial arts of the Sacred Sun Clan that were tyrannical as fire were heavy on attack and light on defense, then the martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall could virtually be said to be only on attack and not on defense. Smelly and hard Infinite Boundless Mountain was a criticism of Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial practitioners as being as smelly and hard as a stone in a latrine pit, also describing their martial arts as being relatively heavy, lacking in nimbleness as compared to the martial arts of the other sacred grounds. Of the legacies of the 6 great sacred grounds, it was publicly acknowledged that Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial practitioners were the most proficient in frontal attacks, but their movement techniques were the weakest. Slippery Turbid Wave Pavilion. Refer to the style of Turbid Wave Pavilion's martial arts, habitually using softness to overcome hardness. Turbid Wave Pavilion's martial arts technique of borrowing force and dispersing force could practically be hailed as the #1 martial arts in the 8 extremities world. Its defensive abilities were renowned alongside Infinite Boundless Mountains, one soft, one hard, while its movement techniques also specialized in short-distance movement, being extremely nimble. As for the final, most vicious, is none other than Jade Sea City. It referred to Jade Sea City's martial arts, habitually unleashing hidden forces, resembling the surging undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, formless and undetectable. Jade Sea City's famed peak martial art, the Jade Sea Formless Sword, was even more so a formless and formless sword. As its sword intent expanded, the enemy felt as though they were within the sea. The sword chi was formless yet omnipresent, pervasive. As soon as it entered one's body, it would be like maggots in one's bones, hard to get rid of, as it was labeled by people outside of Jade Sea City as sinister. Zhao Ming laughed. This Jade Sea Formless Sword is not just cursed by first-rate and second-rate powers. The other 5 great sacred grounds, our clan included, also deeply detested. Holding Han Long-er's hand, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, who doesn't have some supreme martial arts that others deeply detest? Feng Yunxing nodded. It is precisely so. Glancing at Jing Yunji, Yin Zhaoge sighed to himself, handing Han Long over to Feng Yunxing for her to take care of. Jing Yunji had acted in a righteous manner, but in the end, she had been implicated in the burning of the medicinal field that her clan had painstakingly managed, with even those of the Scarlet Rainbow sect having perished. While this junior apprentice sister of his was rather understanding and reasonable, asking her to help take care of a child now would inevitably be a little unreasonable. While Feng Yunxiang found Yin Zhaoge's actions a little strange, she did not ask about it, smiling as she took Han Long-er's hand. Han Long-er was dazed, his gaze still lingering on the corpses of his parents. Father, mother, why aren't they awake? Feng Yunxiang sighed within her heart, her gaze growing increasingly gentle. Meanwhile, on the other side, a victor was also gradually being decided between Si Kongqing and Ho Xiang. Si Kongqing executed the great heaven-earth sword of the 8 extreme arts of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial art, defeating strength with strength, accumulating her advantage bit by bit. The great heaven-earth sword, attacking and defending as one, seemed simple and clumsy, but was actually intricate to the extreme, encompassing all phenomena, majestic and grand to the extreme, truly being the essence of Broad Creed Mountain Sword Dao. The Big Dipper sword went from complexity to simplicity, while the great heaven-earth sword hid complexity within simplicity. At this moment, Si Kongqing displayed the flare of the great heaven-earth sword to its fullest, her advantage expanding unceasingly, finally resembling a rolling snowball as she gained the upper hand the more they fought, leaving Ho Xiang completely unable to find a chance to turn the tables around. Zhao Ming glanced at Yin Zhaoge beside him. Similarly clashing head-on, Yin Zhaoge's style was fast and decisive, resembling the speed of wind and lightning, victory and defeat being decided in an instant. Meanwhile, Si Kongqing's style was more dignified and upright. While it wasn't as shocking and eye-catching, it was stable as Mount Tai. The young girl was even more stable and robust than her opponent, the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioner, firmly grasping the advantage within her hands. While Ho Xiang was still barely holding on, looking at it now, it gave people the feeling that his defeat was only a matter of time, with virtually no one feeling that it had any hope of turning the tables around. However, as compared to Si Kongqing, Yin Zhaoge gave off a feeling of unfathomable depth, causing people to be completely unable to guess just where exactly his limits were. Junior apprentice sister Si Kong's current style of fighting seems stable, but her own sword intent is unceasingly surging forward, not showing any signs of lethargy at all. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, looking in another direction. There, yet another group of infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners appeared. One of them bore some resemblance to the Zhao Ming beside Yin Zhaoge. It was clearly the Zhao Hao who had disappeared after the Battle of the Eastern Tang. Yin Zhaoge swept his gaze over Zhao Hao. Oh, not having to intentionally breathe in and out, there's a stream of qi slowly flowing around his body. Is that the acupoints of his body have already been opened, the acupoints automatically taking in chi. He's already a martial scholar and also already at the peak of the early inner aura martial scholar realm. He'll be able to open all of his acupoints very soon, stepping into the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm. His speed is pretty fast. Yin Zhaoge, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised. Although more than half a year ago, Zhao Hao had only just broken through from the 8th level of the body refinement realm, the mid-chi directing stage, to the 9th level of the body refinement realm, the late chi directing stage. Afterwards, he had entered the minute refinement realm, then broken through the heavenly chasm of the martial scholar realm, achieving the inner aura martial scholar realm. Jumping 3 levels within a short period of time, it had truly shocked the world. However, Yin Zhaoge knew Zhao Hao's foundation. With his previous life's cultivation and experience, now that he had been reborn, it was only natural that he would improve rapidly in his initial stages. There were only some cultivation that required painstaking, slow, and painstaking effort. Zhao Hao would inevitably have to spend some time on it. Other than that, all the bottlenecks that had to do with comprehension, to him who had been reborn, were basically as easy as walking on flat ground. The problems that others would be stuck at for a long time, needing to ponder over, were all nothing to Zhao Hao. Although he had been reborn, as long as he constantly grasped the current situation of his body, there were also no barriers to knowledge. Therefore, Zhao Hao's rapid progress in the body refinement realm and the martial scholar realm was completely within Yin Zhaoge's predictions. Yin Zhaoge had also known that Zhao Hao had accompanied the infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners in leaving the Eastern Tang previously. However, Yin Zhaoge had not expected that Zhao Hao would appear at Cloud Porte Mountain. Chapter 129. Sikong Qing's advantage had already accumulated to the point where it was hard to reverse. As long as she did not act foolishly, not being careless, victory was already within her grasp. The cold girl's zeal towards the martial Dao surpassed many people's imaginations. Currently focused on the match, she naturally would not underestimate her opponent. Therefore, Ho Xiang's defeat was already destined. As the sword in Sikong Qing's hand sent his spirit artifact, short axe flying, Ho Xiang stood where he was, his face flushed red. The other infinite Boundless Mountain disciples also had no face. Jihan Ru and Ho Xiang were both elites of Infinite Boundless Mountain's younger generation, but in the end, they had both been defeated by Broad Creed Mountain disciples. And in terms of age, Ho Xiang was older than Sikong Qing, while Jihan Ru was older than Yin Zhaoge, especially when Jihan Ru was older than Yin Zhaoge by more than a year or two. Strictly speaking, the two were not even opponents of the same age. Logically speaking, Jihan Ru should have obtained a complete victory. Zhao Hao was currently also dressed in black, in the attire of an infinite Boundless Mountain disciple. However, he did not even glance at his fellow disciple Ho Xiang. Instead, it was Sikong Qing who caused his gaze to pause for a moment. However, the next moment, Zhao Hao's gaze shifted to Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge glanced at Zhao Hao. Within his gaze, he could not see the arrogance and disdain from before, but it was also definitely not gentle, instead being as sharp as a sword. Now I don't have to give face to Uncle Zhao. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly, his gaze suddenly turning cold and sharp. His gaze was like lightning, the air seemingly trembling slightly, piercing Zhao Hao's eyes to the point of pain. In midair, elders snorted, a late outer aura martial scholar trying to show off his might against an early inner aura martial scholar. This heavy, cold snort of his was condensed to the point of being tangible, pressuring down towards Yin Zhaoge like a mountain peak. Fu Inshu similarly snorted coldly from the side. First take care of your disciple's eyes. Unbridled provocation. Does he think that no one can take care of him? As her words resounded, that mountain peak pressuring down towards Yin Zhaoge mightily shattered, disappearing without a trace. Looking straight at elders of Fu, Inshu said slowly, "Speaking of showing off his might, your disciple just now was only at the early Xiantian stage, fighting the late outer Aura Zhaoge, right?" Her words had always been like a torrential storm. At this moment, she suddenly spoke softly and slowly, which made her even more infuriating. On the ground, looking at Zhao Hao, Zhao Ming sighed, 16th brother, with your talent, even without inheriting the throne, you could still enter my broad Creed Mountain, receiving the clan's focused grooming. Why did you have to go through all the trouble of walking to this step today? Zhao Hao glanced at Zhao Ming out of the corner of his eye, not answering him at all. Compared to Zhao Yuan, Zhao Sheng, and the others, Zhao Ming was more straightforward and sentimental, but his temper was also more impulsive. Seeing Zhao Hao's arrogant and disdainful expression, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Fu Inchu's voice came from the sky, so it's that unfilial son of Zhao Shiqing's. The person she respected the most in her life was her master, Yuan Zhengfeng. The two of them were like father and daughter, so she could not stand anyone being unfilial. Fu Inchu's likes and dislikes followed her heart. She was not a reasonable person in the first place. Now that she recognized Zhao Hao, her gaze immediately became impolite. Her gaze could really create electricity in the void, and there seemed to be a stream of light flashing in a daze. Elder's expression changed as he yelled, Fu Inchu, you're too impudent. He moved to block Fu Inchu's attack. Fu Inchu's brows shot up, Shan Sherwang raised his hands to stop the two, his gaze looking at Fu Inchu. Our two clans had an agreement that day, and the matter of the Eastern Tang has already been put to rest. No matter what this child's background is, he is now a disciple of my infinite boundless mountain. Fu Inchu glanced at Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Si Kongqing, and the others. With her temperament, if she was alone, she might not care about anything else and slaughter Zhao Hao on the spot, even if she was surrounded and attacked by Shan Sherwang and the other two afterwards. However, her clan also had disciples of the younger generation present. If she did not take good care of them, the consequences would be unthinkable. Infinite Boundless Mountain's elder Zui said coldly, Fu Inchu, do you really think that without your broad Creed Mountains people, my infinite boundless mountain would not be able to handle the problem of the giant spirit magnetite vein by ourselves? Fu Inchu was slightly taken aback, lowering her head to look at Zhao Hao. You aren't talking about him, right? Shan Sherwang was silent for a moment, before he nodded. To tell you the truth, our clan's new disciple, Zhao Hao, has also proposed a method to restore the giant spirit magnetite vein. Before this, we had always kept it a secret, not because we were intentionally concealing it, but because we were doing an on-the-spot investigation to ensure that it was complete. At this point, Shan Sherwang's expression did not change, but Elder Zhua and the magnetite elder stared somewhat unkindly at Zhao Hao. This was because this kid was too greedy, always keeping the most important secret to himself, only revealing a limited amount of information. However, this matter was of great importance, relating to one of Infinite Boundless Mountain's most important lifelines, and Elder Zhua also did not dare to suppress the matter and not report it. Therefore, he was unable to monopolize such a great merit, only being able to share some of it through Zhao Hao's recommendation. The magnetite elder guarding Cloud Portent Mountain was also in a similar situation. While facing Broad Creed Mountain, the two Infinite Boundless Mountain bigwigs were currently supporting their disciple Zhao Hao. They were also extremely dissatisfied with this insensible junior. On the other hand, they also had doubts within their hearts, not knowing whether Zhao Hao's method would really work. These past few days, Zhao Hao had been at Cloud Portent Mountain doing an on-the-spot investigation. Because they had not completely completed their investigation earlier, when Yin Zhaoge and the others had come to visit, Infinite Boundless Mountain had not raised any objections, having made two safe preparations. This was the reason why Yin Zhaoge had previously felt that Infinite Boundless Mountain's attitude was ambiguous. Glancing coldly at Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inchu, Zhao Hao said, "The plan on my side is already complete. There is no longer a need to think of a method from outside the clan." The meaning behind his words was that Yin Zhaoge and the others were already of no use here. Fu Inchu was angered to the point of laughing. Looking at Zhao Hao, a thoughtful expression appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. Yin Zhaoge completely couldn't be bothered with Ho Xiang's earlier nonsense. After the first extreme Yin bout, when the extreme Yin crown had fallen into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, the relationship between Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain had warmed, their cooperation increasing. It was only during the second extreme Yin bout, when the extreme Yin crown had been obtained by Jade Sea City, that Infinite Boundless Mountain had gradually drifted apart from Broad Creed Mountain. Now that the extreme Yin crown had fallen into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan once more, would they join hands with the Sacred Sun clan? Therefore, following the third extreme Yin bout, when the extreme Yin crown had once more fallen into Meng Wan's hands, the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain had immediately eased. However, cooperation did not mean that they were inseparably close. How they cooperated, to what extent they cooperated, what they could obtain from the other side. These were all matters that constantly changed, constantly being weighed. For example, when the Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain were at war, Infinite Boundless Mountain would definitely not help the Sacred Sun clan. However, whether they watched without lifting a finger or truly helped Broad Creed Mountain in facing the Sacred Sun clan together were naturally two different matters. If he represented Broad Creed Mountain in helping Infinite Boundless Mountain solve the huge problem of the giant spirit magnetite vein, Infinite Boundless Mountain would owe Broad Creed Mountain a huge favor. If the two sides cooperated afterwards, Broad Creed Mountain would definitely hold a huge advantage. Also, this would not require Broad Creed Mountain to pay anything of substance. The giant spirit magnetite vein was Infinite Boundless Mountain's. Chapter 130. Shan Sherwin also looked at Zhao Hao. Has your plan been perfected? Zhao Hao said, at least we can restore this giant spirit magnetite vein to 70% of its former heyday. As these words were spoken, the spirits of all the Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners were greatly boosted. At present, the giant spirit magnetite vein of Cloud Portent Mountain only had about 40% of its production at its peak. For the sake of security, Infinite Boundless Mountain restricted their mining, only about 20 to 30% of what it had been in the past. Regarding the matter of the giant spirit magnetite, the degree of urgency Infinite Boundless Mountain felt could be seen from this. Zhao Hao was confident that he could restore the giant spirit magnetite vein to 70%. It seemed like it was still far from 100%, but it had already nearly doubled the current level. How could Shan Sherwin and the others not be moved? Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. I have two methods. One can restore it to 70%, the other to 90%. Hearing his words, Zhao Hao knit his brows slightly, gazing at Yin Zhaoge. The crowd immediately quieted down. Shan Sherwin, the Left Elder, and the Mystic Stone Elder looked at each other. The problem that had plagued Infinite Boundless Mountain for so many years, not only could it be solved by Yin Zhaoge, there was even more than one way to solve it. First, not mentioning that method of recovering 70%. If he could really recover 90%, nearing his peak condition, that would be too terrifying, even completely surpassing Infinite Boundless Mountain's expectations. And the 20% advantage over Zhao Hao just so happened to surpass Infinite Boundless Mountain's bottom line. If Yin Zhaoge's method only had an 80% chance of success, then Infinite Boundless Mountain might still choose Zhao Hao. After all, Zhao Hao was a disciple of their clan. Choosing to listen to Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge, there was the possibility of being controlled by others. However, 90 against 70, this caused Infinite Boundless Mountain to hesitate, especially because of the Great Fire just now. Yin Zhaoge had accurately judged the reason for the vein's weakening, something that Zhao Hao had not been able to do. The reason why those of Infinite Boundless Mountain had doubts toward Zhao Hao's method was because they felt that even though Zhao Hao had proposed a method, he still had the feeling of knowing the way, but not knowing why. Before Shan Sherwin had left Infinite Boundless Mountain, the higher echelons of the clan, Infinite Boundless Mountain's chief included, had already discussed various possibilities, coming up with plans to deal with them. Therefore, the current situation was not to the extent that he was at a loss of ideas, and there was no need for him to specifically ask for instructions. A plan on paper is not enough to be relied on. We still need to see the concrete results, Sean Sherwing said in a deep voice. Is it convenient for the two of you to reveal the specific situation? Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Practical testing surpasses empty words. I also agree with this point. My method produces instant results. I can completely verify it right now and produce results on the spot. Although it doesn't immediately achieve the desired effect, I can already make a rough estimate based on the recovery progress. The final concrete effect can also be tested through the passage of time. During this period of time, I will also remain at Cloud Portent Mountain to observe the effects. Shan Sherwang and the others were slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hao coldly said, "My method is also very effective." Looking at Yin Zhaoge, there was clearly some doubt within his gaze. He had only managed to recover the giant spirit magnetite vein by chance, when he had unearthed some remnant remains of the giant spirit sect of pre-Great Calamity times and learned of the method to restore it. He had not thought much of it before. What did the life and death of Infinite Boundless Mountain have to do with him? Now that he was going to stand out in Infinite Boundless Mountain, it just so happened to be put to good use. However, to restore the giant spirit magnetite vein to 90%, he also did not have the confidence to do so. After the Golden Needle liberating pill technique and the Heavenly Abyss reverse flow art dispelling the miasma chi in the sealing dragon abyss, Zhao Hao would no longer underestimate Yin Zhaoge now. Yin Zhaoge claiming to be able to restore the vein to 90%, Zhao Hao, who had continuously suffered losses at his hands, was currently indeed somewhat doubtful. However, this also caused his hatred towards Yin Zhaoge to grow more and more obvious. In the Eastern Tang, it was you who continuously spoiled my plans. Now, in Infinite Boundless Mountain, it is you who obstructs my path to ascension. Yin Zhaoge, Broad Creed Mountain, it is indeed still best if you are destroyed. Zhao Hao had always been arrogant and haughty regarding no one else. In the end, he had suffered at Yin Zhaoge's hands time and time again. Initially, he had found Yin Zhaoge to be an eyesore because of Broad Creed Mountain. Now, however, his hatred towards Yin Zhaoge had already surpassed his hatred towards Broad Creed Mountain. Shan Sherwang and Elder will both look towards the Magnetite Elder. After pondering for a moment, the Magnetite Elder nodded. With this old man watching over it, we can try. It will not affect the entire vein. Since that is so, let's see the methods of the two of you. Shan Sherwing's gaze swept across Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Hao. Who will go first? While Zhao Hao had become wary of Yin Zhaoge, his own arrogance had not lessened in the slightest as he said calmly, "A guest from afar. He can go first. That's why it is said that personality determines destiny." Glancing at Zhao Hao, Yin Zhaoge did not decline as he smiled and nodded. "I'm fine with anything. Since that is so, let me try first." There would naturally be people in charge of dealing with the aftermath here, while Yin Zhaoge's group descended the mountain and returned to the basin where the magnetite vein was located. Most of them remained outside the vein, with only a small portion being allowed to accompany them, entering the depths of the vein together. Yin Zhaoge came to where the pith of the vein was, with Infinite Boundless Mountain's magnetite Elder accompanying him. Where the other party's fist intent passed, the vein seemed to be enveloped by a formless chi flow, but this did not affect Yin Zhaoge in the slightest. Carefully feeling the state of the pith of the vein, as well as the changes in the spiritual chi of the surrounding earth vein once more, Yin Zhaoge grew more and more confident. He estimates that his method can allow the vein to recover to 70%, but is not clear on the specific reason for its deterioration. Then his method should be the broken vein flowing current technique. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge made his move. Not knowing the specific situation, the people standing guard outside were inevitably very anxious. After who knew how long, everyone felt as though the ground beneath their feet was shaking slightly. Raising their heads, they saw that in the air above Cloud Portent Mountain, winds were surging and clouds were surging. Streams of spiritual light shot out from within the mind, a dense, heavy spiritual chi abruptly erupting. The Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners all had joyful looks on their faces. They could not be any more familiar with this spiritual chi. It was precisely the aura contained within giant spirit magnetite. Within the vein, carefully feeling the changes in the spiritual chi, a smile instead gradually appeared on Zhao Hao's face. On the other side, after exchanging glances with the magnetite elder and Elder Zhua, Shan Shirwang said slowly, "You were still holding back?" Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. "There's no such thing as the current method. As long as it continues, it will be fine." Elder Zhua said indifferently, "If it continues, the vein will at most recover to 70%. Fu Inshu also swiveled her head to look at Yin Zhaoga, who smiled unhurriedly. "A method to recover 90% might be a little difficult for your clan to accept. Therefore, I will first use a technique that recovers 70% of my strength. This technique is called the penetrating technique." Yin Zhaoga glanced at Zhao Hao. "If your clan's disciples' method does not work, then we can just use this method that we are currently carrying out." Zhao Hao was lost in thought as he stared at the pith before him. Shan Shirwang and the others frowned when they saw this. Just as everyone was getting impatient, Zhao Hao suddenly smiled and said, "It's my turn." With that, he began to make his move. Because his cultivation was still low, there was also the Mystic Stone Elder's cooperation at the side. The vein shook again, and the Mystic Stone Elder's face gradually revealed joy. This trend, Shan Shirwang, Elder Zhua, and the others were visibly moved as they carefully examined it. Although Zhao Ming hadn't finished, their faces were filled with joy. There's an improvement, and it's not just stopping at 70%. The coverage of the effect has surpassed the previous penetrating technique. At this rate, it's very likely to reach more than 80%. Even if it's not 90%, it's close to it. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga raised his brows. Fu Inshu frowned. The other infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners were even more overjoyed. Zhao Hao suddenly swiveled his head, looking at Yin Zhaoga as he said quietly, "There's also no need for you to take out that 90% technique of yours." Under the premise that the effects were similar, infinite boundless mountain will be able to resolve the problem themselves. Why would they need to seek Broad Creed Mountain's help? Moreover, as Yin Zhaoga had said, the technique that allowed the vein to recover to 90% still contained other hidden dangers. Chapter 131. Having previously consecutively suffered setbacks at the hands of Yin Zhaoga and Sikong Qing, the group of infinite boundless mountain disciples had lost all faith. Victory and defeat were one thing, but after having suffered a loss at Yin Zhaoga's hands, they still had to rely on him to help restore their giant spirit magnetite vein, making things even more difficult for Jihan Ru and the others. Even if he wanted to get back at her in the future, he felt a little short of breath. Although Zhao Hao wasn't all that well-liked, it was at least an infinite boundless mountain disciple who came out on top, causing the stifled feelings in everyone's hearts to instantly ease. He said that he has two techniques, but who knows if he was just bluffing, raising the chips for his Broad Creed Mountain, and actually only having this one method? An infinite boundless mountain disciple said hatefully, even if he had another way, it would be useless. Another person at the side revealed a smile. The method provided by our sect's disciple allowed the mind to recover by more than 80%, close to 90%. It's not any worse than his method. Since that's the case, why should we ask for help from an outsider? The surrounding infinite boundless mountain disciples all nodded. That's right, it is precisely so. This Yin Zhaoga has made the wrong move this time. Jihanru's expression was stern, not being too happy. After all, he had truly lost to Yin Zhaoga, and now needed a new disciple to help the clan regain its face. However, as one of the leading figures of infinite boundless mountain's younger generation, if he wanted to regain his face, he could only do so by personally defeating Yin Zhaoga in the future. However, the giant spirit magnetite vein could be restored, and also without the help of outsiders. As a disciple of infinite boundless mountain, Jihanru heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Inshu had never concealed her emotions. At this moment, her brows were tightly furrowed. Zhao Ming, Jing Yunji, and the others all looked rather worriedly at Yin Zhaoga. returning without any results this time. Even having been defeated by the other party, this would undoubtedly be a huge blow to Yin Zhaoge, who had always had smooth sailing recently. In the following interaction between Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain would no longer have an advantage and might even be on the passive side. Infinite Boundless Mountain was divided internally, but even those who were friendly to Broad Creed Mountain would not wholeheartedly help Broad Creed Mountain without reservation. After all, they would always first consider their own Infinite Boundless Mountain's interests. At the end of the day, while the teeth were interdependent without the lips, the first to face the threat of the Sacred Sun clan was still Broad Creed Mountain, with Infinite Boundless Mountain having more room to maneuver. Sean Sherwing was one of Infinite Boundless Mountain's higher echelon bigwigs who were on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain. However, regarding the problem of Cloud Portent Mountain's giant spirit magnetite vein being resolved by his own disciple, he would naturally be happy to see it happen. As for Elder Zwa, who had originally disliked Broad Creed Mountain, he was even happier. He glanced mildly at Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, he was instead more concerned about whether Yin Zhaoge had surpassed Jihan Ru in terms of personal strength. As for the giant spirit magnetite vein, the outcome had already been decided. Elder Zwa was in a bad mood because Zhao Hao would be able to reach the heavens in a single step through this. Thinking of how tight-lipped Zhao Hao was and how he refused a hand over the credit, Elder's mood turned sour. However, he would be able to get a share of the credit this time. Elders would begin to think about how he should operate within the sect. Looking at the myriad life forms before him, Yin Zhaoge blinked. He noticed that Zhao Hao's gaze was fixed on him from beginning to end. Seeing Yin Zhaoge look over, Zhao Hao said mildly, "Seeing your piercing detection technique, I modified my original plan, thus achieving an even better effect. It was precisely you who personally caused the current situation." Elders would cup his hands towards Fu and Shu. "I've let you all come here for nothing, but our clan still owes you a debt of gratitude. Although we did not use the method provided by your clan's disciple Yin Zhaoge, in the entire process, he also made a contribution." Hearing Elders was feigned magnanimity. Fu Enshu's expression turned even uglier. However, she didn't lose her temper towards Yin Zhaoge, instead staring at Elder Zwa with an increasingly unfriendly gaze. From the looks of it, if not for the three bigwigs of Infinite Boundless Mountain being here, she would probably just directly tear down this giant spirit magnetite vein. Zhao Hao gazed at Yin Zhaoge. "Today is only the beginning. You, as well as the Broad Creed Mountain behind you, will ultimately be destroyed at my hands. Not the Sacred Sun clan, not the Heavenly Thunder Hall, not Infinite Boundless Mountain, but me." Although these words were not spoken, paying attention to Zhao Hao's gaze, Yin Zhaoge could vaguely feel the other party's emotions. "Whatever trump cards you have, just use them now. It's not like you'll have any offspring if you keep them." Now, Yin Zhaoge suddenly heard Feng Yunsheng send a sound transmission to him from the side. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. "What trump cards can I have? Don't you see that my face is being slapped resoundingly by others now? My face has already been thrown all the way from Cloud Portent Mountain all the way back to Broad Creed Mountain." Yin Zhaoge said, "And this junior brother Zhao of Infinite Boundless Mountain has become the hero of his clan. You see, the outsider has come to our territory, overbearing and overbearing, pointing fingers and telling us what to do, while the others of our clan are unable to do anything about it, only able to watch the outsider strut around, a fire stifling within their hearts, yet unable to do anything about it." At this time, a young disciple suddenly appeared out of nowhere, turning the tides, allowing his entire clan to hold their heads up high. Not only did he solve the greatest problem that the clan had always been facing, he also slapped the face of the previously complacent outsider Swollen, causing him to lose all face, only able to scram with his tail between his legs. And this young disciple who turned the tides thus walked towards the peak of his life, the clan attaching great importance to him, providing him with the best resources as well as the best martial arts manuals to groom and guide him. Right, there might even be beautiful senior and junior apprentice sisters who would fall in love with him because of this. Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. "How is it? This story is very inspiring, right? It's really moving to the extreme. Feng Yinxin glanced at Yin Zhaoge, looking like she was smiling whilst also not. It sounds weird. How did you think of all these random things, ah? She looked at herself, then looked at Xikong Qing. According to what you said, shouldn't we also add that the girl who originally came together with the outsider, whether her heart was secretly in love, perhaps curious, perhaps unconvinced, but at the end of the day, her heart was tied to this person from then on? Yin Zhaoge smiled as he looked at her. Oh, how did you know? Just by following that weird train of thought of yours. Feng Yunsheng said a little exasperatedly. Feng Yunsheng said a little exasperatedly. If you have the time to think about these ridiculous thoughts, you'd better think about how to solve the problem at hand. Don't tell me that you really intend to do as you say, having your face slapped swollen, having your face swept to the ground, finally scramming with your tail between your legs? Yin Zhaoge said leisurely. There's a saying that goes like this: explosions are art, justice, faith. His voice was very soft, and Feng Yinsheng did not hear him clearly. What? Before he had finished, the quarry vein that they were in suddenly began shaking intensely, especially the pith region, which actually gave off a feeling of overturning rivers and overturning seas, as though it was about to completely explode. The magnetite elder was greatly shocked, decisively halting Zhao Hao's broken vein flowing current technique, going all out to suppress the abnormalities in the quarry vein. Chapter 132. The magnetite elder used all his strength to suppress the changes in the giant spirit magnetite vein, but at this moment, the entire mind seemed to be splitting apart. Fortunately, Shan Sherwing and Elder Zhua were also present. With the three infinite, boundless mountain bigwigs acting together, the vein was once again stabilized. And what made the people of infinite, boundless mountain want to cry, but have no tears, was the fact that Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Hao's earlier work had all gone to waste. Elder Zhua took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. He looked at Zhao Hao and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Zhao Hao frowned as he stared at the giant spirit magnetite vein that seemed to have become completely unfamiliar to him. He didn't have time to answer Elder Zhua's question. He didn't even care that the changes in the vein had not completely subsided. He touched the marrow in the shaking environment. After a moment, Zhao Hao's expression suddenly darkened. Everything has changed. The broken vein backflow technique is no longer suitable. If it is used, it will destroy the mind again. What exactly is this? Zhao Hao suddenly swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge noticed Zhao Hao's gaze on him, but didn't think much of it. He looked at the giant spirit magnetite vein in front of him, and also went forward to carefully inspect the pith area. After a while, Yin Zhaoge shook his head. My piercing scouting technique is also useless. Elder Zhua stared at Zhao Hao. It's an operational error. Can we restart? Or is there something wrong with the method itself? Towards Elder Zhua's question, Zhao Hao remained silent, only staring at Yin Zhaoge. While his understanding of the giant spirit magnetite vein was inferior to Yin Zhaoge's, it was also not shallow, as he vaguely felt that he had been scammed by Yin Zhaoge. It was precisely because Yin Zhaoge's earlier piercing probing technique had not seemed to be affected at all that it had instead boosted the effectiveness of his broken meridian flowing current technique. But in fact, perhaps it was because of the penetrating technique that he had secretly changed the state of the mineral veins. Not only did the broken vein backflow technique fail, but it also almost caused an explosion. Toward Zhao Hao's furious glare, Yin Zhaoge completely ignored it, instead inspecting the pith of the ore with a puzzled look on his face. Such a change is really unexpected. This time, things will be a little difficult to handle. The magnetite elder's face was bitter, and Shan Sherwing also frowned. The gazes of the two of them, as well as Elder Zhua, shifted back and forth between Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Hao somewhat suspiciously. Because of the anomaly of the broken vein flow method, just now, the flow of spiritual energy in the mind and the surrounding environment had changed greatly. Although the experts reacted quickly enough and joined forces to suppress the anomaly, all the details have been erased. It was difficult to determine the cause of the current situation. They also vaguely suspected that Yin Zhaoge might have done something to it, but they had no proof. Most importantly, as compared to the already helpless Zhao Hao, the current recovery of the giant spirit magnetite vein still had to depend on Yin Zhaoge. At the end of the day, they still had to rely on this junior of Broad Creed Mountain. This caused Shan Sherwing and the others to feel discouraged. Shan Sherwing coughed dryly. Just now, you mentioned that there's a technique that can restore the vein to 90%. Within Infinite Boundless Mountain, he belonged to the faction that was on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain. Earlier, he had also not opened his mouth to ridicule Yin Zhaoge. Now, he was finally able to ease the atmosphere a little. Elder Zhua and the Mystic Stone Elder were so embarrassed that they kept silent. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge smiled as he answered, "There is indeed another method. However, that is only for the situation of the vein previously. Whether or not it is still suitable now, I will need to investigate a bit more." Shan Sherwing smiled bitterly as he nodded. Experienced and prudent. Having a son like this, Yindi is truly gratified. Hearing Shan Sherwing's evaluation of Yin Zhaoge as experienced and prudent, the Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples nearly vomited blood. However, they wanted to retort, yet were unable to do so. Zhao Hao's face was livid as he stood rooted to the spot. How could he not tell that, even as Shan Sherwing praised Yin Zhaoge, he was also giving him a warning, not having enough ability, yet still advancing recklessly. Before the words left his mouth, Zhao Hao could already feel that the gazes of the others currently looking at him were clearly all filled with such criticism. A moment ago, he had still been a hero who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Now, he had already fallen from the skies to the bottom of the valley. If he wanted to establish himself in Infinite Boundless Mountain, he would originally have been more beautiful than any of their younger disciples. His first step toward ascension, which could be said to be unprecedented, had directly stepped into thin air. Not only had he not been able to ascend, he had instead fallen and become covered in mud. Although the Mystic Stone Elder had managed to stop the abnormalities of the vein in time to come, irreparable damage had still not been incurred. However, it could be foreseen that his, Zhao Hao's, days in Infinite Boundless Mountain would not be easy. As Zhao Hao's introducer, elders would similarly heard Shan Sherwing's words, only feeling a fiery pain on his face. As Yin Zhaoge carefully examined the pith of the vein, Feng Yunxing's sound transmission resounded by his ear. "It was all within your plans?" When I heard that Zhao Hao say that his method could allow the vein to recover to 70%, only then did I completely understand. Yin Zhaoge said, "The method that can allow the vein to recover to 70% is the broken vein flowing current technique. The piercing probing technique can actually recover to 80%, but I intentionally suppress some of its effects. However, no matter which of these two techniques is used first, there would still be a conflict. I have to thank Zhao Hao. Otherwise, it would still be inconvenient for me to let Infinite Boundless Mountain accept the other Thunder Element revival art." Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing asked, "Then what if Zhao Hao had made a move first? Wouldn't the one who destroyed the vein then be you? Then I naturally wouldn't have foolishly followed the original plan, directly switching to the backup plan, even though it would have been slightly more troublesome." Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "However, personality determines destiny. This junior apprentice brother, Zhao, didn't let me down." Yin Zhaoge pretended to carefully inspect the pith of the vein, closing his eyes in thought for a while before he looked at Shan Sherwing and said, "My second method can still be used. It's just that there is a small problem with this method. It might not be so easy for your clan to accept it." Yin Zhaoge's voice paused for a moment. "The effects are clearly better, but the reason why I didn't use it earlier is precisely this." Shan Sherwing asked, "Now there's only this method left, right?" Yin Zhaoge nodded. "At least other than this, I temporarily have no other methods." After glancing at the silent Zhao Hao, Shan Sherwing said decisively, "Just say it. Outside of the mountain domain, if a new large-scale giant spirit magnetite vein suddenly appeared, Infinite Boundless Mountain would obtain it no matter what. If the situation forced it, they would even not hesitate to start a war with the other sacred grounds." Infinite Boundless Mountain's current desire for giant spirit magnetite vein had already reached an extremely urgent level. Yin Zhaoga answered, "This technique is known as the Thunder Element Revival Art." Thunder Element Revival Art? Hearing this name, the hearts of Shan Sherwang, elders of the Magnetite Elder, and the other Infinite Boundless Mountain experts all jumped for no reason, as they vaguely had a bad premonition. Yin Zhaoga continued, "This technique requires the assistance of a certain item." With a light clap of his hands, Ahu walked up from his side, holding a brocade box with both hands. Opening the brocade box, a purplish-blue jade stone was revealed within. Within the jade stone, streaks of dim blue thunder light flickered, even the rumbling sound of thunder resounding as a human figure seemed to be reflected within. Thunderbolt Soul Jade. Seeing this item, the faces of Shan Sherwang and the others all darkened. At this moment, Elderswood could no longer care about Face as he raised his head and glared at Yin Zhaoga. "Your method? Must use this thing?" Thunderbolt Soul Jade, a supreme treasure unique to the Thunder Domain. Incomparably rare, it was of great use to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. In the eyes of the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners, its position was even higher than that of giant spirit magnetite in Infinite Boundless Mountain. Because of its rarity, it was in a state of extreme scarcity where demand far exceeded supply. Scarce to the point that even if Infinite Boundless Mountain wanted to trade with the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Heavenly Thunder Hall would also flatly reject it. If the Sacred Sun clan tried to make use of this to join forces with the Heavenly Thunder Hall to force Infinite Boundless Mountain into an alliance, it would instead provoke the Heavenly Thunder Hall first. In the eyes of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the other resources of the Eight Extremities world were all incomparable to the Thunderbolt Soul Jade. Looking at the Infinite Boundless Mountain bigwigs who looked like they wanted to eat someone alive, Yin Zhaoga said innocently, "Therefore, I had never intended to mention this method at all from the start. Our clan has come here to help your clan, promoting the establishment of cooperation between our two clans. While we hope that your clan and Broadcreed Mountain can join forces to stand against the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, intentionally provoking disharmony was unintentional."